Hey there, REM Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we'll be chatting with Clifton Lambert of Fragging Unicorns Games. We have a fantastic giveaway of an exclusive pre-release PDF copy of HELLSLAYERS. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry to win, and the drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of the One Shot Show, coming up right after Rules of Cool and featuring HELLSLAYERS. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry to win, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. So check it out. Coming October 24th on Kickstarter, a thrilling sci-fi novel by Kevin J. Anderson and Jeffrey Morris, Earth's Last Hope, the Ark ship Odyssey, heads to Proxima B, aka Persephone. On arrival, settlers facing a failing radiation shield and a mysterious metal structure. Astronaut Darcy Clark and engineer Tanya Baxter race to save humanity and uncover the planet's mysteries. In the darkest reaches of space, the HELLSLAYERS stand as humanity's last line of defense. Will you accept the challenge to fight against all odds and save us from extinction? Battle through horrific encounters, build your legend, and earn upgrades to unleash your ultimate badassery in the face of doom. Check out the Kickstarter launch on October 17th. And lastly, get ready for a double dose of gaming excitement, introducing Parachute Panda and Fandooble from Catalyst Game Labs in this 2-game campaign coming to BackerKit, launching early 2024. Get ready to roll the dice, deploy parachutes, and face off against dragons. Now, it's time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned and REMPCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to my special guest for this week, Clifton Lambert. Good to see you, friend.
Hey, good to see you as well. It's great to be here. Thanks for inviting me. I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Really excited to talk to you. We've been working on this project with you for a while, so great to share all of the news about it. But I do want to give a chance first for our audience to get to know you a little bit better. It's been a while since we've had you on, so my favorite question to always ask is, how did you first get into gaming?
Well, first got into gaming was, gosh, that was pretty early. My parents bought into the whole satanic panic thing, so I had to get in sideways with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and other strangeness. I heard about things called role-playing games from a friend of a friend, and knew there were something I was super interested in, but didn't really know much about them. So it was various visits to Walden Books, and the first book that I bought was actually a book of adventures. It didn't actually tell how to play the game, so I was like reading it, trying to figure out what it was, and like I did not know what it was talking about half the time. So
Glad it didn't
that's how I
turn
got
you
my foot in
off.
the door. Yeah, yeah, Ninja Turtles can't be Satan worshippers. So
Good to know. Good to know. So can you tell our viewers a little bit, because you are not new to streaming or podcasting or recording, tell us a little bit about the Arcology podcast.
Oh, the Arcology podcast is a podcast that's all about Shadowrun. And yeah, episodes that talk about Shadowrun, talk about the lore, the setting, tips for how to play and how to GM. Um, I think, yeah, part of what the Arcology podcast is about is helping people learn how to play the game, because Shadowrun has a bit of a learning curve. It's not so easy to just pick up and play right away without taking some time getting to know it. So that's one of the roles that the Arcology podcast fills. And we also have the longest running Shadowrun actual play podcast in existence, still going.
And
So
that's
there's
under the
that.
Arcology as well, right?
Yep. So
So is
yeah,
it,
hundreds of hours of content out there. So
how do you find the difference between the news and the lore and stuff like that versus the actual play? What do you search for?
they have different titles. So there's the Arcology episode, and then there's the Arcology actual play episodes, and then there's also some that are called the Anarchology episodes, which are about Shadowrun Anarchy.
Awesome.
So they're just all sort of in there in the same feed.
Cool. Awesome. I got to do some shameless promotion of it last night at the post show commentary for the Realmsmith Shadowrun Excommunication episode.
Oh, awesome.
We were on episode 7, and so some of the questions are starting to turn toward, well, where can we find more? So Neo Anarchist podcast, the Arcology podcast / vidcast, and also just Shadowcasters Network in general, and getting people watching some of the old stuff that's on there and getting excited about it. Tons of content. So what first drew you into Shadowrun?
Well, it was a long time ago. I didn't have internet access. I could essentially use my computer with my phone to dial in to a local BBS, which was a computer that was running on someone's computer in their house, or a website basically that someone was running on their computer in their house where their phone would answer it, and like you could post things on there. It was a bulletin board service, and some people posted that they were looking for players for a game called Shadowrun, and I was not allowed to play D&D, so I was like, "Oh, hey, here's something I can do." And, yeah, I ended up basically being introduced to Shadowrun by these two guys, Rick and Brian, who I got to be good friends with over the years, and yeah, they introduced me to the game, and I just fell in love with it instantly. So it's
I,
been one of my major obsessions throughout my life since, off and on.
I love that that you couldn't play D&D, so instead it's a subversive punk cyber fantasy. It's so much better. It's
Yeah, committing crimes for money. Yep, good times.
amazing. So getting into Shadowrun a long time ago, how did you end up becoming a writer for Shadowrun?
That followed from podcasting, I think. As a podcaster, I would go to conventions and be around people who wrote for Shadowrun. And my wife started writing for Shadowrun. She got her foot in the door with that. Just essentially being around people like Jason Hardy and asking, "Hey, can I write for Shadowrun, please?" And dropping off a portfolio. And as for me, I basically I didn't really want to step on her toes on the writer side of things, so I didn't really do much of it. Didn't really aim towards it myself. But one Gen Con, I was hanging around a bunch of other Shadowrun authors just because I was friends with them. Um, and uh, crap, I'm drawing a blank on a name now. John Helvers, yes. John
Oh
Helvers
yeah.
walked up and he was asking people about their writing projects and like trying to be so what are you doing? And I'm like, uh um and I ended up pitching for a novella, and that's how I ended up doing my urban brawl centered novella, Kill Penalty, and it just sort of followed from there. I talked to Jason about maybe writing for some books, and he gave me like a little sort of a few hundred words to get my foot in the door to see if it was going to work out, and apparently it did, because ever since then I've written like tens of thousands of words now for Shadowrun,
Awesome.
mostly sixth edition. A lot of it doing like the quality development, rules stuff. I got to do the character creation chapter in the companion with the point buy and the life path system. Um, Lots of fun stuff.
That's awesome. It's cool getting to know. I met you as one of the Shadowcasters, one of the podcasters, and then seeing you kind of start to write for them and stuff was super cool to have someone that introduces so many people to the lore starting to impact the lore, which is and the game mechanics too, which is cool.
Yeah. Well, you've had
So
a very interesting career rise since I met you as well.
um, yeah, Gen Con TV has been a part of that journey. So, but I did want, was Shadowrun the first game that you dev'd for, or were you working on anything before that?
Well, there's this no class system from my friend Andy Cohn. and some of his people brought me in to help him develop an RPG. It's sort of a Weird West, steampunk, Cthulhu, and Western style RPG uh, with interesting core mechanics, and it basically had like 2 or 3 pages of ideas for rules, and they were like, "Here, we need this to turn into an RPG." And I did that most of the chapters with the rules developments. That was really my first time developing a game for someone else for pay. Um,
Cool.
I got paid some of that, but the rest of it will come when it eventually kickstarts or launches or something. So I don't think that it's out there in any public form, but I got to do some neat stuff using some poker mechanics. I thought that would be fun to do in a Western style game.
How neat.
It was a lot of fun. So that was actually my first, other than just stuff I've messed around with for my own enjoyment, I guess. About a
Cool.
decade or so ago, I wrote another RPG that I ran several campaigns of for my friends well before I started podcasting or anything, and haven't run that in a long time. But
Which one was that one?
you've never seen it or played it. It's kind of a crunchy like fantasy one that's inspired by a lot of different influences. It's very open ended. You can do a lot of different things with it. Uh, Character wise, you do like a blend of it's not class based. It's, much like Shadowrun, you can just sort of pick and choose the components you want for your character. It's got some cool sword fighting mechanics. The magic system is really deep, and it uses lots of d6s. So
Awesome.
it's pretty
Awesome.
unique in and of itself. I'm not sure if it will ever see the light of day in public. It's got some game aspects to it that I don't think are going to be super appealing to a lot of people. Like basically, you roll lots of d6s and add them together. Um,
Ooh.
so you might be like adding 12 d6 together for a total and comparing it to some other things. That said, with doing online dice rollers now, maybe that removes that from being an issue for some people. Well, but
Yeah.
whatever the case, I had fun writing it, and
Awesome.
I think it's got a good, solid core system, but it's also probably more crunchy than anyone wants it to be.
The first game that was not Shadowrun that I knew that you had developed was Funny Freakout. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh yeah, Funny Freakout was I did it for Zine Quest, I think 2020, which Kickstarter does this sort of they'll promote these essentially gaming zines that people do as projects. And I thought, well, hey, I could do that. Why not? I'll do a role playing game. And part of the idea was I wanted to make a role playing game that had absolutely no role whatsoever for combat. Not that I have anything against combat in role playing games, as we'll see in HELLSLAYERS. Um, but there's so many role playing games, combat is the center part of it. So I thought I wanted to do something just different entirely. And one of my guilty pleasures for a show I'd like to watch is I don't think it's been out for a while now, but it's called Scare Tactics, where they essentially it's like a prank show where they take someone and trick them into thinking they're in a weird situation and film them and film the reaction and then reveal it at some point what it is. So yeah, Funny Freakout is a role playing game where you play as people who are trying to pull off a horror comedy prank show, and you want to do it in a way that's positive so you don't traumatize the person or just make mean fun out of them. So uh, part of the aspect of the game is managing the emotional state of your mark, as well as trying to make things as weird and fun for them as possible without giving them too many bad feelings or making them so suspicious that they figure out that it's a prank before it ends. And it sort of flips the role of players and game master. Um, because the game master only plays one character. They play the mark, and they sort of role play the reactions and keep score. Um, while the players are essentially in charge of the situation. They're the ones setting up the prank, so they can set the scene, describe what's happening, act out what's going on around that person. So all in all, it was a really fun concept of a game to write that I had a lot of fun with. The core mechanic is very loosely based off the Forge in the Dark system, but it departs so much from that. It's so simplified that I don't really call it a Forge in the Dark game.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I had fun. I got to play that one a couple times, and I definitely like the inverse of even though I read the book and was the game master and stuff. Really, it was that them taking me on the journey which was totally different than games I've played before. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I went
And I
through
like
zero prep as well, so
yeah, and I like the little archetypes that you have. Like there's the dramatic actor and the funny actor and the scary actor and stuff like that. So you can all pick a role and lean into that for
yeah.
to succeed at what you want to do. So that was a really fun game. I always enjoyed that one.
Nice.
Um,
Should
so
do that
since
again sometime.
yeah, we should. So since some of those projects and since Shadowrun, you've started working with Fragging Unicorn Games. So how did you first get involved with them?
Well, Frank Unicorns Games was founded by Opti, who is like one of my best friends, and also a podcaster friend and gaming buddy. So um, we sort of kind of head in the same direction ourselves. I sort of wanted to get interest. I was very interested in Gangs of the Undercity, getting that going. I wasn't involved in the development of that so much. A little bit of play testing, but I did edit the book. Um, very interested in Subversion, the role playing game based on that. Done some writing for that, both fiction and for the game development for the role playing game, which will be we had a Kickstarter for that early this year, and it'll be coming out real soon. Um, and yeah, then there's the whole misspent youth thing where Robert Bull gave Opti essentially misspent youth and said, "Here, go ahead and do stuff with this if you want." And I was like, "Let's do something with that." And so that came out with Misspent Youth for All Love Not in Line, which was yeah, basically the first role playing game book where I was essentially the instigator and the person in charge of it, and I gathered up the various authors involved, and kind of helped them figure out which things they needed to do, and they really brought some new neat ideas to the settings, and it was a really fun project where I got to yeah, do some neat stuff, work on a book that was essentially my own basic idea and design, but also bring other people in, many of which were first time published RPG authors. And I made sure when we set the pricing for the Kickstarter that all the authors were going to get paid 10 cents a word, which is pretty high for the RPG industry. I don't get paid that much most of the time writing for RPGs, so
That's awesome. So let's talk a little bit about those games. So those who don't know, Opti is one of the Shadowcasters founders alongside Cliff, and he does the Neo Anarchist podcast, which is bite-sized in world lore education lessons that you can find on the Shadowcasters network podcasting sites, and then he's also doing or was doing some vidcasts. So you can find several of those episodes. Hopefully, he'll be doing those again soon. And then he founded Fragging Unicorns Games because, as much as he loved Shadowrun, he wanted to build a minis game and then build an RPG, a cyberpunk fantasy RPG around his own lore in Neo Babylon. So so let's talk a little bit. I know you said you didn't do too much with Gangs of the Undercity, so let's talk a little bit about Subversion. Can you tell us a little bit about what the themes are and a little bit about gameplay?
Yeah, Subversion is what's a cyberpunk fantasy role playing game. So yeah, obviously Shadowrun people. We tend to head in that direction when we're thinking of genres. Definitely one of my favorite genres to play in. Sort of a you could call it urban fantasy as well, I suppose, but there's a bit more of that tech stuff in there, so cyberpunk still fits. And yeah, unlike most cyberpunk style RPGs, your characters aren't just sort of in it for themselves, trying to make money or just get by. Your characters in the default style of playing Subversion are envoys who are chosen representatives of a community, essentially to act as representatives and problem solvers for your community. Is when yeah, different things happen, you might have to step up and deal with that without actually having much authority, officially speaking. So um, you're essentially someone who's important for your community, but from the perception of the big heavy authorities, the major corporations, the ruling council, um, you're essentially something they're giving the marginalized communities so that they can say that they have representation and can look out for themselves, but without actually giving them any real power. So um,
That's awesome.
essentially, it's about essentially working with and lifting up your community, but also instead of an alignment system, your characters are going to have values which are more clearly defined. Like you might say, I will never kill someone who is not trying to kill me, or I will always stand up for my friends, or um, I will take advantage of every opportunity to try a new food. There could be all kinds of different things, but if you live according to your values, your character advances essentially more effectively than if you end up not living up to your values. But your community also has values, and so do other NPCs. And sometimes those values do not happily coexist.
Oop.
And you have to sort of figure out what you're going to do then, working with that. So yeah, that's a really unique aspect of the subversion system is the focus on values and how living up to your values or conflicting with values um, can be an interesting aspect of finding ways to tell stories and look at things. So there's a lot more to it, but
That's awesome.
I'll leave
I
it at that.
I love that idea of community and having it be such a core, that you get to build your communities and decide what's important, and then play and create your characters within that, or opposed to that if it works out that way. But um, that's awesome. I got an early play test of Subversion, so I'm not sure where it ended up from there. But it was a ton of fun, and yeah, some unique design elements that I think are a blast, and that subversive nature that we love about Shadowrun and punching up. So that was a lot of fun in the design.
Yeah, it's a great system, and it's also got a great attitude. So
Yeah. Speaking of great attitude games, let's talk about Misspent Youth.
yeah.
So tell us, same thing, same question. Tell us a little bit about what are the themes and what is the game about, and then what are some of the mechanics of that game?
So the core theme of Misfit Youth, which was originally created by Robert Bull, is essentially it's a game of teenage rebellion, where you get to play as characters who are standing up to and fighting against whoever is oppressing them. And the original version of the book, the first book that came out, which you can still get, is through Fragging Unicorns Games, so fraggingunicorns.com for that. It essentially takes you through it's designed so that you get a group together and you all essentially make up a world together. Like a sci-fi setting, usually the world wouldn't be your own, but it could be. It might be based off of a movie series that you really like, such as Star Wars. There's some examples that are blatantly Star Wars like in the book. So but the idea is you come up with this whole sci-fi setting that you're going to play in, and you make up whoever is the evil authority who is messing things up and the ways they're doing that, and then you make your characters, and then play through a campaign where you struggle against that authority and essentially try to tear down their systems of control, face down their authority figures, and build up your exploits to the point where you shift things in the balance to make the world a better place. And game mechanics wise, it's got a very unique narrative system. It's really not tactical at all. There's no hit points or levels or dice pools. You essentially keep rolling dice back and forth on this little chart. It's kind of based on craps, but the way it plays out is more like a Jenga tower, where as each dice roll is made, the chance of the conflict ending and the tension rising continues. So that once you get a bunch of tokens on the board, like everyone's leaning on what that next 2d6 roll is going to be. But yeah, how you that actually means is resolved through narrative role playing, all based on your characters. Well, they're essentially like values. So Misspent Youth very obviously influenced subversion, um, but um, gosh, I'm drawing a blank on the game now. um, Convictions are what they're called.
Oh,
And they're essentially like you might have a conviction like I'm smart, or I'm cool, or I'm lucky. Um, and each of these things are empowering things about you that you can use to stand up and fight the authority with. And you use those in your narrations. And one of the other core mechanics to it is you can sell out your convictions where they permanently transform into a twisted, corrupted version of what they once were. So smart turns into pedantic, where you also have to correct everyone and show
well,
everyone how smart and
actually,
right you are. Yeah. Uh,
I love
but yeah,
that.
you might have to sell out convictions in order to win, in order to save your friends. And sometimes you're faced with that question of like, what's more important, what I believe in, or not, or stopping this horrible thing from happening by any means necessary.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's a
awesome.
lot of fun.
It is. I got to play a lot of that in the lead up to the Kickstarter.
Yeah,
Um, and I enjoyed every game session of it. Even when we played the same scenarios, they each ended up so different. And the way the game is developed with that chart, where it's every roll, the stakes are getting higher until suddenly it ends, and which side is it going to be?
right.
So that's a ton of fun to play through and have the heavy role play element in.
Yeah, so for Misfit Youth Fall in Love Not in Line, which is the book that I developed, the core idea from that is like, hey, it's fun to build the whole world together and stuff, but some people just want to pick up a game and sit down and start playing right away. Um, and this book is essentially there for people who want to play from that approach.
Awesome.
Um, but or also, I've definitely noticed with narrative style RPGs, playing those games with people who are used to playing the more crunchy style rules. Uh, just the more open-ended nature of the narrative style can be stymieing. Like you don't really know what to do. In D&D, you got a framework. You roll for initiative, you take your action, you move your attack, you cast the spell. Um, it's sort of right there for you as almost like a script to follow if you don't know what to do next. But with narrative games, you don't have that framework there for you. So what do you do? So Fall in Love Not in Line is essentially there to essentially show how that framework goes together, give you the sort of starting scaffolding to get you going, and then sort of pull that away and let you go with your ideas once you've gotten started. So, um, in essence, that book for me was about teaching people how to play a narrative role playing game, as well as presenting what I think is one of my favorite narrative RPGs that's out there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Again, just can't speak highly enough about Misspent Youth, and especially the work on Fall in Love Not in Line. So thank you. Um, so I want to start shifting toward the newest Clifton Lambert project, which is HELLSLAYERS,
Yeah.
which launches, gosh, is it 5 days now?
Next Tuesday. Yeah, I think that's 5 days
Wow.
from now.
How does
It's
that
really
feel?
coming up. Uh, like yeah, like a lot of stuff is coming up really fast. But I know it's been going on for like a long time because we've been working on this behind the scenes for quite a while. But like, it also feels so all of a sudden.
Yeah,
But
yeah. It's that conflict of like hurry up and wait.
yeah,
Where it's like, oh gosh, we need to go, we need to go, we need to go, but then also, oh my god, you know, it takes months and months and months, and suddenly it's here. Um, so tell us a little bit about what is HELLSLAYERS. Let's start there.
Hellslayers is a tabletop role playing game built off of the Morkborg system. Which, if you hadn't heard of that, it's a kind of a neat rules light, heavy on everything else. OSR style RPG. So roll a d20 and fight monsters and stuff, and go through dungeon crawls. And it's got a very unique presentation. It's just kind of a cool art book. But they've got a really open-ended third-party license. Anyone can make games using their rules. All you got to do is basically post an icon and make a disclaimer that you're not affiliated with them. Um, so yeah, when Morkborg came out, I was reading it and I just sort of got inspired by some of the really innovative kind of rules light but still kind of crunchy game design that was built into it, and I just started getting the idea for a role-playing game built off of that, but having an entirely different setting and feel, which is what turned into HELLSLAYERS. And I feel like I'm rambling now. What was the question?
What is HELLSLAYERS?
Oh yes, so HELLSLAYERS is an RPG where you play as expendable soldiers in a science fiction setting, sort of near future science fiction, where humanity has begun to colonize the solar system. The Earth is dying. Lots of things are going wrong, and also now demons and aliens and stuff are showing up. And they need people to go in to these overrun space stations and starships and Mars bases and clear out the bugs or the demons or whatever. So your HELLSLAYERS are people who are thrust into those situations with minimal resources and told to go accomplish these dangerous missions. Essentially, it's a sci-fi horror dungeon crawler RPG. One of my design goals was I wanted to make a game that had a dungeon crawl experience, but brought the fun parts of a dungeon crawl and not the tedious bits. So
fair,
not like mapping out every 10 feet square and going through all sorts of procedures from looking for traps, just getting into the action, fighting monsters, exploring, looting stuff, having fun. So that's what HELLSLAYERS is. It's just a fun rules light, but heavy on everything else, sci-fi horror dungeon crawler.
So if I understand that correctly, then it's the Morkborg rules or the system, but the setting is all your design.
Yes.
Cool. Okay.
Well, and the rules are tweaked here and there,
Sure.
added on to, adjusted a little bit. It's not an exact one for one of the Morkborg rules.
Okay.
I've adapted it to my needs.
So what was your inspiration? You said you were reading through Morkborg and kind of got inspired, but as you were building this world, are there certain elements you pulled from here and there, or?
Well, I really like, game mechanic wise, I really like the way things work in Morkborg, where the players always roll the dice. So if you're trying to fight a monster and you go to attack the monster, you would make an attack roll to hit the monster, just like most other role-playing games. But when the monster goes to attack you, instead of the DM, whatever, rolling an attack roll for the monster, you as a player, you make a defense roll instead. So it's all resolved by your roll and your ability and your dice roll. So when bad things happen to your character, it's always your fault.
Cool.
So I just really enjoyed that aspect of the mechanics a lot, where there's a standard difficulty rating. It might go up or down depending on the circumstances, but you leave just enough crunch in to where things are interesting, where there's some tactical decisions to be made.
Mm-hmm.
But you just have the players resolve things with a single dice roll.
Okay.
Well, there might be follow-up ones, like how much damage do you take? That might be another follow-up dice roll, but you don't make an attack roll for you and a defense roll for them, and then they make an attack roll, and then you make a defense roll. It's just the player makes the roll that's relevant from their character's perspective, and that was really neat.
Awesome.
I think also built into Morkborg, there's these psalms, which are essentially prophecies of the end of the world coming. And in Morkborg, you pick a die size depending how long you want your campaign to be. A short campaign would be a D2, a long campaign would be D100. At the start of every session, you roll that die, and if it comes up a 1, one of these psalms comes true. And there's a bunch of they're generally fairly vague, like boils appear on the skin of the infidels or something. Uh, that's just made up off the spot. That's not an actual example of the Psalms, but just different things that the GM could interpret in all sorts of different ways. And then the seventh time that happens, like just the world ends. So I like the idea of having that sort of campaign framework where there is like an ending built into the campaign.
Cool.
And so I've got that represented in HELLSLAYERS as well.
Awesome.
Potentially a little more hopeful, but also, world ending.
Cool. Yeah. So speaking of hope or lack of it, I've got a quote here that I'd like you to expound upon for HELLSLAYERS. It says, HELLSLAYERS are much more likely to die screaming than emerge victorious.
Yeah, it's kind of designed to be more of a meat grinder of a game. In Morkborg, life is cheap with player characters. I got the chance to play Morkborg at a ReaperCon this last year. I was visiting Opti down in Texas for ReaperCon, which is a lot of fun. But yeah, somebody was running Morkborg, and like I gotta get into that. And like, yeah, my first character, like, basically, I had a stack of printed out character sheets, and I just grabbed the first one, didn't even look, just started playing, looked at the sheet, like, oh, one of my traits is believes that I am immortal and I cannot die. But also looking at my hit points, 1. I'm like, okay, this will be fun. So yeah, first time we get to the dungeon, I survive an encounter on the way. But yeah, get to the dungeon, I walk in, I fall in a pit, die instantly. Like, next character, that one actually I made it through the rest of the campaign with, but it's a style of role playing game that is designed to like burn through characters.
That's so fun.
Typically, character death is a lot more common in Morkborg, I think, than even a lot of just more dangerous AD&D games.
That's awesome.
So I think ultimately in play, HELLSLAYERS actually is a lot more survivable than it comes off as. But yeah, the attitude is still your characters are just being sent in to die. You're not expected to live. You're probably not a HELLSLAYER because you wanted to be. You probably committed some crimes or owe some debts or just, what else are you gonna do? But the rich people in power are not the ones going out and doing the hell slaying. They're the ones sending you out to do it for them.
That's awesome. Cool. So how has the game evolved during the creation process? Like, you got inspired by Morkborg, you had this idea that you wanted to pull together. What did you notice about your own process of evolution of the game?
Well, I think part of it was just reimagining the setting, involving things like guns and aliens and more of a sci-fi situation where you got computers and things to repair. I think that was part of it. My original idea was actually to make it as a board game that would play similar to like a role-playing game, like Descent, I think, or one of the older options, Hero Quest. Something where you wouldn't need a GM. There's sort of prescribed rules for what happens when the enemies go and things like that. So you could just play it like that. And I think that would still be fun to do. It was just when looking at the idea of getting a product like that built or manufactured and shipped, it just wasn't feasible with the kind of numbers I might expect to get on a Kickstarter.
Sure. Yeah, board games are expensive, and
so yeah, reimagining it as a role-playing game book was the next step from there, and making that fun and interesting. I think, yeah, just focusing on making it more of an RPG book and building more of the setting out. Where I didn't have a lot of that setting information built out. I had more of an idea of like, this is what you do in the game. Who cares what happens before and after you're in the space station fighting demons? You're just there to do that and loot things. Just don't even think about the rest. Because we're just there to fight the demon stuff. So yeah, having to develop the world out some more, I think, has brought in some more interesting ideas and brought the game to life in ways that I don't think it would have if it were just as a board game. And just playing with different people and getting their reactions, seeing the things they liked most about it, seeing the things that didn't work out as well. Like one of the more recent changes I made to the game, it's in the current early access PDF, these adaptations, where previously a lot of weapons would have multiple attacks. Like a pistol, you have 2 attacks per action. So when you took your turn, if you attacked with all of your actions, which are 2 actions, you'd make 4 attack rolls. Another one might have 3 attacks per action, and what those just add up to lots and lots of dice rolling on someone's turn, which can be fun, but also can be a bit too much. So I've adapted things to where there aren't those multiple attacks anymore, but now each weapon has some sort of unique special option that you can take when you make an attack. For instance, instead of making multiple attacks with your pistol, normally you make an attack with your pistol, it would do a certain amount of damage, or you can do the special option where you double tap, use up an extra bullet to add extra damage. But it's still not multiple dice rolls.
Cool.
It's still just resolving it more quickly. The action flows more.
Is there a disadvantage to doing a double tap?
Use up more bullets. Because in HELLSLAYERS, you keep track of how many bullets you have.
Gotcha. Important. Okay. So we've talked a lot about this, and there's I think quite a bit of this that we've discussed. But what to you is the most unique thing about HELLSLAYERS that it brings to the table for a game?
I think the most unique thing about it, game design wise, I think is the painful success mechanic. As far as I know, this is a unique game mechanic that I haven't seen anywhere else in any other game. There's things that are kind of like it, but in HELLSLAYERS, when you make a dice roll and you fail, you have the option to either just deal with the dice roll and the failure as is, or you can take a painful success, which means you're going to succeed anyway, but at some cost. An example of this is an easy example is you need to shoot a zombie before it gets to you. So you got a pistol, you fire, you miss. Well, you can't afford to miss because the zombie's going to bite you. You need to shoot the zombie. So you have the option of doing a painful success where you essentially squeeze off more rounds in order to land a blow. You roll a d4 and you waste that many extra bullets in order to get the success conditions. Almost every dice roll you do in HELLSLAYERS has an option for a painful success. And that essentially puts more narrative control into the hands of the player, where the dice still have an important impact on the game and can really it's not like the dice rolls don't matter, but you also as a player have a lot more control over how it's going to go down. You're probably still going to die screaming, but it's going to be that much more on your terms, or at least you won't have any bullets left in your clip when you do.
Right. You've done everything you can. Awesome.
I think a painful success mechanic is something I'm pretty proud of because it feels like it's a new idea, and as far as I know, no one else has had it before. And
cool. I love it.
It might also be out there. Someone else, I'm sure, has had the idea and put it in the game somewhere that I haven't seen. But at least from my perspective, I made that up, and I'm pretty happy with it. It's
awesome. Yeah. It's headcanon now. So with the Kickstarter launching this Tuesday, anything else that you want to share about HELLSLAYERS that you're looking forward to about the Kickstarter? Something that you want to reveal about the like a stretch goal or a reward that you're excited about? Anything else to share?
Yeah, a couple things. Well, our higher stretch goal at 20,000 is a Discord bot. One of my friends, Carlton, is the creator of Exploding Dice, which is a dice bot that a lot of people love to use to roll dice and track initiative for various games on Discord. He's willing to essentially write up a Discord bot built for HELLSLAYERS that will essentially help you with all the various table rolling of generating new adventures and things and tracking the enemies. To make that really easy, so you can either just make it a useful game aid, or even just play GMless with the help of a Discord bot. That's going to be on the higher end because we'll have to pay Carlton to make that.
Totally,
and I want to pay him well. So that's our higher end stretch goal. I'm really excited about that. But also, we're able to we crunched some numbers. We're able to go with a fairly low starting goal, which I think is nice to do because it'll be nice to cross that Mine. Yay, we did that so fast.
Yay!
I also front loaded a lot of neat stuff that I really just wanted to put in the book anyway as lower tier stretch goals. So like every $1,000 or so for a little bit, we add something new, like a psychic class with some new psychic or psionic powers, a rogue AI enemy faction with like robot drones that'll take over, or more some advanced hacking rules.
Cool.
Just neat stuff like that. And one of the other options I'll mention is kind of in the middle is an original soundtrack, which I'll be working on, collaborating with my son as well, who creates Doom-inspired music and other things. So
that's awesome.
So yeah, neat stretch goals. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's great. So if you haven't yet, I see Hanabea has dropped it in the chat a couple times. The Kickstarter link. You can follow the project now so you get notified on launch. Those first 3 days are super essential to for successful Kickstarter. So any help that you guys can give would be phenomenal. But other than that Kickstarter link, anywhere else that people can find you and follow you to keep track of what you're working on or seeing more of what Clifton Lambert does?
I think, fraggingunicorns.com, Shadowcasters Network YouTube channel, arcologypodcast.com. Those are all good places to find out info from me, so about me, or follow what I'm doing. Also, just checking out what's coming out from Catalyst. If there's the Shadowrun book, it's probably got some words in it that I wrote.
Yay!
A Shadowrun game book, at least.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you follow the Facebook page for Shadowrun, I do all the social posts. So whenever Clifton has something new coming out, you'll see the promos there.
Oh, right. I've got a Hollow Streets book out or two.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you should talk about those too.
Yep. Allies and Enemies. It's a book with just tons of stat blocks. It's essentially a monster manual NPCs for GMs, but also has some rules for essentially bringing in hired help of a wide variety of archetypes as a player character. So if you need a decker on your team to hack something for you, or some gangers to do a distraction, there's some rules in there to make it real quick and easy to track with reasonable costs, and but also just as a GM resource, like so many stat blocks, allies and enemies. It's a pretty awesome book. And then I've got Ultimate Archetypes, which is essentially Shadowrun missions ready player characters. I've got the first one of those out so far. It's a social adept. It's got a character sheet that's built with all the info you need in the character sheet that's constructed just for that character. Some background information, 20 questions built into there, and essentially some advice on what things will work well for your character and which things you're not so good at, different things to try, and some tips on what you might want to consider doing for advancing the character. So it's just a little single character portfolio that's guaranteed to be Shadowrun missions legal. You could download and play, especially if you're new to the game, or if you, as a GM, want a more in-depth NPC that's all statted up.
Awesome. And for those new to Hollow Streets, it is on DriveThruRPG. It is a community marketplace for community content for Shadowrun. So we have freelancers for Shadowrun that drop stuff in there. We have fans that drop stuff in there. But there's a ton of stuff that you can check out on Hollow Streets. So thank you for that, Cliff. And you gave us your links on where to find you. Don't forget to check out the Shadowcasters Network. Don't forget to follow the Kickstarter at the link above in chat, because that launches on Tuesday. But if you are still not sure, stay tuned, because coming up right after this episode is going to be an actual play of HELLSLAYERS. So really excited for that. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back. But thank you so much, Cliff, for coming on and talking with us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, REM PCs, stay tuned. We'll be back in just a sec. Hey everyone, don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of an exclusive pre-release PDF copy of HELLSLAYERS. Thank you to Clifton and Fragging Unicorns Games for donating such an awesome prize. You can qualify to win by just typing hashtag RemPC in the chat, and that gets you one free entry to win. And you can donate bits and subs to get bonus entries. Every 100 bits gets you an extra entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. So thank you all so much for joining. Now, on to today's episode of the One Shot Show featuring HELLSLAYERS. See you next time, RMPCs. Bye.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell! Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell! 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 Spell!
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
And welcome to the One Shot Show. I am Clifton Lambert, the creator of HELLSLAYERS, the game we'll be playing tonight. And I'm joined by Joe and Elizabeth. So welcome, you two.
Hello.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Indeed.
Yeah, thanks for coming. We'd planned for a couple of extra players, but we've got a variety of snafus, I think, and we'll be playing this with a little bit smaller group, but the game's designed to scale. So we'll see how it goes. My suspicion is that it will be a little bit more deadly this way. We may see some more character deaths than we might otherwise see with a larger group of people to watch each other's back. But yeah, who knows? Who knows how this will go? I certainly don't, even though I made the game. But yeah, I think bullets will be fired and something's going to die. So, yeah.
I mean, people take bets. It's gonna be who's gonna die. It's Elizabeth and me first. No. I'm a medic. I'm gonna be keeping you up. I'm gonna die first.
Okay, that's fair. But okay, it's gonna be give or take then, because I'm gonna be shooting things around you so that you can keep me alive.
Okay. All right. Well, everyone place your bets. We'll see who wins.
All right, now I guess we should probably introduce the game a little bit. It feels like we already took care of that because I was just on a show where we talked about it, but you might be tuning in just for this or at a later time. So if that's the case, I'll just fill you in real quick. HELLSLAYERS is an OSR-style RPG, a sci-fi horror dungeon crawler inspired by Doom, Aliens, Half-Life, System Shock, things like that. And it takes place in a distant future, well, not so distant future, actually, where Earth is dying and the remnants of humanity are trying to survive out in the solar system. And things aren't going so well for them. So they have to send people in to infested space stations and starships and Mars bases to go clean out the aliens or zombies or demons or in this case today, a particular nasty brand of trash, these space fascists. So, yeah, that's what we're here to do. This is a sort of a fast-paced dungeon crawler built off the board rules. That's got some. It's got some sort of unique aspects of it as well that I've added to the game mechanics for playing this style of game. So, yeah, first things first, I guess we should introduce ourselves. My name is Clifton Lambert. I created this game. I also write for Shadowrun and some other role-playing games, and also known as Mr. Johnson of the Arcology Podcast. Joe, would you like to introduce yourself?
Certainly. Hi, my name is Joe, also known as Clockwork Tuba. I'm a streamer and YouTuber. Play a lot of just variety of games, including Subversion, which I have as actual play going on my YouTube channel and on my Twitch stream.
Yeah, super cool. And Elizabeth.
I am
You're a
Elizabeth.
regular here on REM.
I
Well,
am.
We're not on
Yeah.
REM though. We're on Gen Con TV.
I am here occasionally too. Sometimes I run games, sometimes I play games. You can find me over at Master of Rem a few days a week playing Power Rangers and World of the Worlds, and like Clockwork when it comes back from hiatus. I'm also on Lucas G Variety every other Tuesday playing another Power Rangers game. So I just play a lot of tabletop games in a lot of different places.
Awesome. Yeah, we started playing Scum and Villainy together.
We did.
We're recording that for release on the. I'm not sure what podcast feed ultimately, but it will be on one of them somewhere.
Alternia Archives, where you can find that like Spotify, anywhere you can find your podcast, you'll be able to find it.
Such a fun system.
Not yet though, because we're still recording it.
Yes. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun to play.
Awesome. So let's get into playing some Hellslayers. First thing we got to do is make some characters. So, character creation is quick and easy in Hellslayers, necessary because of how cheap life is. And also, I like to design games that don't rely so heavily on prep. So the less amount of work you have to do before showing up to play the game, the better. Let's go through the Hellslayer creation stuff. You two will open up your Hellslayers books. Step 1 is to choose your MOS. And I believe you've already done that. One of you is going to be the medic, and the other one the grunt.
Indeed.
Yep.
But MOS in Hellslayers is basically your character class. There's 4 to pick from: grunt, medic, engineer, and scout. And if we hit our first stretch goal, there will be the psychic or psionic. I haven't decided on.
So what we're saying is this is going to happen, people. I don't care what I have to do to make it happen. I want psychic powers. I want to fight space fascists with an expendable character with psychic powers. So we're making that first stretch goal happen, no matter what.
Agreed. 100%.
But yeah, for now, we have a medic and a grunt. So in Hellslayers, you have 4 traits that we use for rolling dice. There's strength, agility, presence, and toughness. And one of those traits is essentially your favorite trait for your MOS. So if you look at your MOS, it'll tell you which one that is. I believe for grunt, it is strength.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at medic, it is toughness.
It is.
There's also a recommended terrible trait for your MOS. You can pick that or a different one if you want. But essentially, everyone has something they're good at and something they're not so good at. So one of your traits will be your terrible trait. Drawbacks of your terrible trait is it's at -1. So it's you subtract from the dice roll, which is bad. Also, you cannot take a painful success option on when you roll your terrible trait. So you can't power through and succeed even if the dice roll badly. I recommend agility to never be your terrible trait because that's defense rolls and you'll just die really fast. So yeah, you have some starting armor, equipment, weapons, and ammo listed under your description. Everybody gets the basic package: the pistol, the helmet with the heads-up display, the light combat armor, some rations, some bullets. Really not a lot. Basically, a pistol, 20 bullets, minimal protection, insufficient protection probably. Now go out there and do the thing.
I mean, they started sending Hellslayers with more than 20 bullets, and they found that they weren't using them. You didn't need that after that.
All right, so you got two choices to make for your traits. One of those is you can add +1 to any trait that you want. And the other one choice is we've already touched on, which one is your terrible trait. So you can essentially start with two traits at +1 each and one at -1, your terrible trait. Or you can double up on your MOS trait and make that one a +2. Generally speaking, what the different traits do, strength is mainly used for things like melee damage and how much stuff you can carry. Agility is used for ranged attack rolls and most defense rolls. Presence is normally used for like thinking stuff, like fixing things, hacking computers, that sort of thing, using a med kit. And toughness is used to endure things, so like environmental hazards most often will call for a toughness test, but it also influences how many hit points you get.
So, Elizabeth, just a heads up, I'm putting my second plus into presence.
Okay.
Just in case. We need some thinking stuff.
That's great because I don't think at all, and I have a -1.
Oh, good. So that's your trouble. So strength is my terrible trait. So you're doing the heavy lifting. I'll do the big brain stuff.
Yeah, you do the thinking for me, and I'll do the shooting.
All right, so now that you've selected those traits, now you get to roll for some stuff. So we roll once on your MOS equipment table, and then once on your MOS power table. So if you turn to the page that has your MOS on it, who wants to go first?
I can go first. I don't mind.
Go for it.
Okay, so
All
grunt.
right.
Roll on the grunt equipment table. It's a D6.
D6. I got a 2, so that gives me extra ammo. I'm going to take 20 bullets over 12 shotgun shells.
Yeah, because you don't have a shotgun to use them for anyway. But
Yeah.
Oh, but man,
extra ammo.
That is such a feeling of the Hellslayers world of here's 12 shotgun rounds. I don't have a shotgun. Here's 12 shotgun rounds.
You might find one. All right, next up we've got the medic. Roll to see what equipment you get. That's also D6. Let's get a different chart.
5. Looks like I've got an energy shield.
That's nice.
I'm gonna be the one to survive, apparently.
Yeah,
That will come in handy.
it will. We'll cover what an energy shield is when it comes up. Now we roll to see what power you get. And we'll go back to the grunt. Roll a D6 to see what power you get.
Oh. I got another 2. What is going on? I have strength enhanced cyber arms. I can roll twice and pick the best dice result on strength tests and melee damage rolls.
Yep.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, so if you get into melee, you get to roll twice and pick the best result. But you also have extra bullets, which is handy. So not bad. It'll be I think you'll be eager to get your hands on a good melee weapon, I think.
Yeah.
Just using your fists doesn't do so much. Next up is the medic power.
Ready?
Let's see what you get.
I
1.
got a 1. Looks like I rub some dirt on it. Succeed or present test to heal an ally at D4. If you fail, they take D4 damage instead. Oops. You may use this power as often as your friends will let you. There we go.
Painful success or a fumble is they get an infection. So if you don't want them to take the D4 damage, then they get the infection instead. What infection means is you don't get the heal until the infection's gone.
Okay.
So you can't use this power to heal yourself, but yep, you can hopefully keep the grunt running as long as they'll let you.
I noticed that infection says I need to have a med pack. I just checked my standard gear. I have not yet been issued a med pack.
Nope.
HELLSLAYERS.
You get an energy shield instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like what was in the first aid kit. Like, open up the first aid kit. No, this is guys. Oh, you're just putting this up in the ship, aren't you? Okay. Huh.
All right. Now for the energy shield, what this does is it lowers your. It's minus 2 DR on all tests to defend against ranged attacks.
Ooh.
And if you take a painful success on a ranged defense test, you can do that by overcharging your shield, which will mean it will need to be reignited before it can be used again.
Gotcha.
So it's on page 54 with all the details. But
Yeah.
yeah, minus 2 DR on tests to defend against ranged attacks, and you got that extra bonus option to take a painful success by using up your energy shield instead of failing forward, which is the other option.
Also, I just gotta say, like, there's something painful having to scroll past power armor in this, and knowing what we start with for gear, and knowing it's out there. It's out there.
Yep, they make it, just not for you. All right, scrolling back at our character creation steps, I think we're pretty much done. Oh yeah, your hit points are 8. But if you have a toughness, plus or minus or whatever, that applies to your hit point total. So
I got 9. Booyah.
8.
all right. You also have 2 badass points. Badass points are sort of like omens in Morkborg, where you can use them for sort of a reroll effect or something. You can spend a badass point to reroll a dice roll, or if you succeed on something, you can upgrade it to a crit. You can't use it to turn a painful success into a crit. You'd have to have a regular success first. But those are sort of the main ways you can use badass points.
Can you spend 2 badass points on one roll, or is only 1 badass point per roll?
And keep spending them until you run out.
Gotcha.
Yep. Let's see. There's also a roll to see which corporation sponsored you. I don't think that's important for today. Actually, I don't remember where I put that table. Did I put the table in?
It was in. I saw it.
Page 38.
Okay, let's roll it anyway. Why not?
So that's a D8. I got a
Yep.
4.
Sea Breeze. Sea Breeze manufactures starships. And because you have a corporate sponsorship of Sea Breeze, you can spend a badass point to move anywhere in the room with only 1 action.
Right.
I loved a picture of like a jetpack that can only be, powered up when you read the sponsorship message on it.
Sponsored by Sea Breeze.
Are you looking to sail the outer starways? Try the new. And then he kicks in. 1.
Yeah. So 1. Actually, I have it on a different page. Can you read off which one that is?
That is Materials Acquisition Corporation, MAC.
MAC.
I can spend a badass point to get the max result on an armor roll instead of rolling.
Oh, nice. And yeah, MAC is primarily known for its mining and ore processing capabilities. In addition to its mines on the moon, MAC employs a fleet of mining ships that travel to asteroids around the solar system collecting valuable minerals and other materials that are not in abundance on Luna. They understand that for humanity to survive, it will need vast resources that are no longer as so easily obtained as they once were on Earth. So, yep, that's your corporate sponsor.
Yay, minerals.
And next is give yourself a name or handle, or just go by your MOS title. Doesn't really matter much because you're not going to live long. And this is essentially going to be your first mission, your shakedown mission as HELLSLAYERS. You've been recruited, given the next to no training.
Recruited.
Yeah, that's what they call it. And told to wait for your first mission. Well, the waiting is over. The Lunar Corporate Alliance is engaging a space fascist city ship that has strayed close to their territory. It's been preying on their mining stations, capturing people and conscripting them to hard labor on their ships to support their lifestyle. And the LCA is launching a joint strike, and they're sending you on a special mission. Your mission is they're going to be sending you on a special drop ship that will lock onto an airlock near the ship's command center. You are to go through the ship's command center and exterminate every enemy in the objective room. That is your mission objective. All must die. You have an optional objective, which will net you bonus objective points, some extra money, and generally make your employers happy. Your optional objective is to clear every single room of enemies, including any secret rooms, because there will be one. So that's your mission. Good luck. Here's your pistol, your basic equipment, your limited amount of training in cybernetics.
Yeah, so that's the important question. Did the Grunt have the cyber arms before joining the Hellslayers, or was that just part of the sign-on package?
Oh, I imagine that at least my grunt had them before, and that was part of the reason that they were hired for this 2-person team when it should be a 4-person team, because they had the enhancements.
All right, so what we're going to do is play through a mission. Missions are generally take place over the course of multiple sections. A section's like a level of a dungeon, so to speak. Your first mission, your shakedown mission, is just a single section. And within the section, you essentially have rooms that you go to, and the rooms can be connected a variety of different ways. In this particular mission, all of the rooms are connected by corridors. There's an entrance room, which is where you enter the section. There's multiple standard rooms that might have different challenges in them and loot. There's a hidden room, which can be found by searching for it in the standard rooms. If you find it, then you can access it. And then there's an objective room, which is bigger than the others and typically has more enemies and more loot. And then off of the objective room, there is the exit room, which is how you leave if you survive.
The objective room also has a copious amount of waist-high walls and a save point conspicuously right beforehand.
So yeah, typically in Hellslayers, when you're not in combat, actions don't mean too much. You can take actions whatever order you want, move around and stuff, that's fine. When you're going to move from one room to another, you essentially have to spend an action to leave that room, and then you can enter an adjacent room, or in this case, you've got these tunnels that connect them. We basically don't have things happen in the tunnels. The tunnels are like an in-between thing. So the tunnels just basically mean you can go from one room to any other room that's on the tunnels or corridors. So in this case, you could approach this challenge in whatever order you like. You could head straight for the objective room. Good luck with that. You probably want to do some looting in other rooms first and gather some resources, but also you might die trying to do that. So it's really up to you what you want to try doing and exploring. Rooms are going to have multiple sections in them called zones, and that's how we track movement and range. It's real simple. A small room will have 2 zones, a medium room will have 3, a large room will have 4. When you move, you would take an action to move. You move from one zone to the next one. To do melee attacks or short range is within your same zone. Medium range is 1 zone away. Long range is 2 zones away, and then line of sight is farther than that. You can still see them. Pretty simple for movement tracking. Your exact position within a zone doesn't really matter. It's fluid and flexible. There's a new rule that we're going to try out based on some feedback that I've gotten in the game. You can charge, where you can essentially move and attack with one action, but only if there's no enemies in your zone. So that might come up potentially, but when it comes down to combat, usually the Hellslayers go first. You can take your turn in whatever order you want. Someone can take one action, the other one can take the other, and then back and forth. Doesn't matter. You can plan it out however you like. Then once you're done, the enemies go, and they'll take their actions, which are usually move towards you and attack you. You will make attack rolls when you attack. When enemies attack you, they don't make attack rolls, you'll make defense rolls. The players always roll in Morkborg and in HELLSLAYERS. So, you get 2 actions per turn. You can spend them in any order. I don't know if I mentioned that. There are some cases where there will be an ambush. In that case, the enemies go first. Otherwise, the HELLSLAYERS always have initiative. Usually with your actions, you can move, attack. There's a couple of other things you can do as well, like aim or take cover.
Any penalty for doing the same action twice?
Other than using up your actions, no.
Okay.
It's just basically just the action economy. If you want to attack with your gun twice, you can do that as long as you have the bullets and a target.
No, there's gonna be no targets in this. It's gonna be a nice little cakewalk. Nobody's actually here.
All right. Any other questions off the bat? I feel like I'm skipping over some stuff, but general dice roll mechanic is you roll a d20 and you add, or in some cases, subtract a trait. Normally the difficulty is 12, but sometimes it's different. If I don't say it's different, it's 12. If you roll higher than the difficulty rating, you succeed. If you roll lower, you fail. A 1 is a fumble. If you roll exactly on the difficulty rating, that's a crit. Not a natural 20, it's when you hit directly on the target.
Gotcha. Well, I guess I have one question before we get started, and my friend who is obsessed with aliens would be remiss of me if I didn't ask this. How do I get out of this chicken shit outfit?
Well, in this case, well, probably not what you're asking, but in case of the case of this mission, there is an exit room off of the objective room. Once you've gone past the objective room, you can use the city ship's experimental portal system to extract yourself from the heart of the city ship after wiping out their command crew on the bridge.
Oh, good. So even if we don't die, we're gonna get scattered across the cosmos. Fantastic.
Good times. Good times.
It will probably work. Your chances are like probably almost as good as 50-50.
There we go.
It's a risk that we're willing to take. All right, so yeah, if you're ready to go, you've got your basic equipment. You're strapped into this little pod that they're calling a dropship. It's essentially a repurposed escape pod. It's had some extra thrusters strapped onto it.
Someone scrawled no before escape.
Yes. And yeah, you can see outside the ship from the window. There's lasers firing. Ships are blowing each other up. Fighters are zooming past, some of them in pieces. You can see the vast city ship of the space fascists bearing their flag of an ancient nation from Earth below.
I'm sorry, space fascist gets me every time.
And yeah, you're suddenly like thrown back into your seat that you're strapped into as the escape pod launches, goes flying across the battlefield in space. It's oddly silent as you're traveling through and see all the destruction around you. Just gunfire and zooming fighters and explosions. Anything would vaporize you along the way, but at some point the engines kick in and you accelerate toward the city ship, getting closer and closer until you slam into the airlock, and essentially the auto features for it like lock into place with mag locks, and then charges blow a hole through. Welcome to the city ship.
Well, yeah.
So yeah, here we are in the first room. It is an airlock. I'll mention it is a small room, so you can see there's two zones. The zones are delineated by green lines. But yeah, otherwise your position doesn't really matter so much. There's no enemies in here to worry about, so that's a good start. A couple notes about the room is that it is cluttered, which rooms have a degree of clutter in them, basically, determines whether or not you can use stealth or take cover. Rooms will either be open, cluttered, or confined. In a cluttered room, you can take cover, and stealth is an option. Now, granted, there's nobody to stealth from in this, but so we won't really need to go into stealth rules just yet. But it would be possible if there were enemies here. Because the entrance room isn't really a good room for finding loot, the loot DR is higher. So it's a DR 16 for looting checks, which are probably going to be about the only things to do in this room. But the other thing of note in this room is the hazard. There's a hazard which is called the floor is lava. It basically just means that there's hazardous stuff to move through. You need to make an agility test when you move, or else you take damage.
Oh, good.
Oh, fun.
So essentially, the ship is under attack, and there's like random jets of flames and sparks, and you have to be careful where you step in order to get through this airlock and into the ship.
All right, so we now downgrade to will we leave the first room?
Yeah, first up, it's your first chance to take actions. We don't really need to track how many actions you're taking per round or whatever because there's no combat. You've got all the time in the world. It's just in order to leave, you'll have to move at least one zone. So that's one rule I didn't mention before. In order to move from one room to another, you have to actually move at least one zone within that room first. You can't just go in a room and then exit immediately and say, I went out the other side.
Mm. So should we try to loot first, Elizabeth? Grunt?
I think so. I think so.
Okay. Looting in this game is accomplished with a perception test.
Oh, gosh.
A presence test, I mean.
Okay.
Which is basically a perception test. When you roll to loot, you make a presence test. This time it's difficulty 16. If you succeed, you get loot. Yay. If you fail, then you automatically essentially are going to take the painful success option, which means that after this roll, there will be no more loot.
Gotcha.
If you fumble, you get no loot, and there will be no more loot. And if you crit, you essentially get to choose what you want from the loot table instead of rolling.
Do we both have to roll, or can one of us roll?
You can essentially rely on just one of you to roll for this if you want.
Want me to take that with my +1 presence?
I would, actually. Please, thank you.
You just sit there and look intimidating and pretty.
I will.
Doesn't look like there's much to be found here, but
that's a crit.
Something.
Nicely
You got a
done.
16, that is a crit. Okay, so what you could do is pick anything you want from the basic loot table, or you could roll on the elite loot table because that's one of the options on the basic loot table.
Oh, well, I've got to roll on the elite loot table, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why wouldn't you?
It's elite.
I mean, there are some good options on the basic loot table, like a melee weapon.
Oh, there is, but we're not going to survive long enough to have fun with those basic stuff. We got to play with the fun stuff.
Chainsaw on the elite loot
you
table.
just want a chainsaw because you're melee heavy. I want to get you a chainsaw, but where's the where?
Power armor is on the elite loot
Page
table.
93.
Oh, okay, then
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Roll-
If I get power armor, you're not getting it.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no, you need it.
Roll a d12, see what you get.
D12. Okay. 8.
8. A hostile environment suit, which makes sense at an airlock, right? There's a locker. There's a hostile environment suit there. It is basically special armor.
Okay. I'm going to pass that to the grunt.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, because you can have it if you want it.
I've got more hit points than you, and we're gonna take agility test to get out of this room. Plus,
Okay.
I believe I get to roll again on the loot table, right? Because I didn't fail. Or no.
So yeah, since you didn't fail, there might be more loot in here.
Sorry, I mean, it didn't mean roll to see if I find loot again.
So your standard starting armor is minus d4 damage from attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So when you take damage, you roll a d4. That's how much less damage you take. A hostile environment suit is essentially armored for kinetic protection as well to some extent. And it's minus D6 damage instead of minus D4, so that's good. It also makes you immune to damage from environmental hazards, such as the floor is lava. However, your DR for all stealth tests and all tests to defend against attacks is +2, because it's harder to move in.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I roll again, and if I remember reading correctly, it goes up by 2 because I've already done one.
Yep, whenever you make a presence roll to loot, after you succeed, the DR goes up by +2, and that's cumulative. So now you need an 18.
Yeah. Oh, so close.
So close to a crit even, but yeah, you fell short, which means you can take the painful success option of, yes, you'll find a loot, but it's the last you'll find in this room.
D12.
What was your question, Elizabeth?
Oh, no, I was saying just so close on that.
Stim-Pack.
Stim-Pack, cool. That's a healing item. Use it in action. I believe it heals the D4. There's no roll to make it work. No presence roll required. Just use it up and it heals.
Look, I'm actually a medic now.
I always knew you had it in you.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, the grubs that eat through the minerals are surprising analog to humans, so it's the same kind of training.
That's fair.
So yeah, and nothing left to do in this room but leave it, which you'll need to cross through some dangerous territory for. However, Grunt, wearing the recently donned hostile environment suit, can stroll right through and not even worry about it.
Would I be able to put the medic on my shoulders and walk without having to make the roll, or is that not a thing that I would be able to do?
The medic's still going to have to roll however you role play it out. But
okay. I was trying to get him out of making the roll.
I mean, I'm down for a piggyback ride, but
still might pass through some unexpectedly dangerous, fumes or something.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay, so agility is null, so we're just doing a straight roll.
All right, so DR12 agility roll. You fail. So let's go to the hazards page. Here we go. Failure is take D6 damage, or you can take a painful success of not actually getting to move, and you can try again. Not as exciting when you can try again as many times as you want to. But, it's okay. It's an entry-level room. You're still in the tutorial sequence. Maybe you don't have a health bar showing up on your screen yet.
There we go. Let's take that painful success. Let's try again.
You go there, and there's like, nope, there's live current over there. That's not going to work. Are you going to try again? All right, same result. You're paralyzed by fear and all this damage around you.
Grunt's at the door like, just come on. No.
You want me to throw you the hostile suit so you can get through? I'll share it.
There we go.
Oh, good.
All right, finally you bolt through, you're timing it just right between some bursts of flame and jets of fumes and sparks, and you manage to get through and out the door without any other trouble. So I'll transition us back to the overview. Which room would you like to go to next? You've got a rudimentary map you could follow. There's the brig, the observation lounge, the medical bay, the armory, or you can go straight for the bridge.
I know I want to hit up the armory, but do you want to hit up the bridge first or the brig first?
No, well, we want to try for the optional anyway, because if we're going big, we're gonna go big.
Yeah.
Let's hit the armory first, just to see if there's anything there to help us, survive longer. We need to get your chainsaw.
I do need my chainsaw.
All right, you head down the hall, take a right down there, and you get to the armory doors. And let's see what's waiting for you in the armory.
I can't wait.
The armory is occupied.
Okay.
So the room is confined, which means it's got even more clutter than before. means you can't make ranged attacks beyond medium range.
Okay.
And stealth is possible, and cover is possible. However, stealth is not possible because there's an ambush. What happens in an ambush is we go to combat and the enemies go first. So what you see in here in the armory is there are 4 conscripts, unarmored individuals given simple rudimentary clubs or pipes and forced to the front lines. If you manage to rescue them, or basically if you manage to kill all the space fascists except for the conscript in a room, the conscripts will surrender and you'll essentially get to rescue them and get a reward. However, if you have to kill them in the process of trying not to die, that's understandable.
Do we, is it all or nothing? Like, do we have to save all of them for them to surrender? Or if there's like 1 or 2 of them left?
You get bonus pay for each one that you rescue.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, so no option for stealth. As soon as you move in the room, conscripts are yelling. You can hear a shouted voice behind them, prodding them into action. They run towards you. It's time for you guys to try not to die. Oh boy, this is pretty rough here. So yeah, the conscripts are going to attack you in melee. You're each going to get attacked by 2 conscripts, and they will each spend their action attacking. They will each spend each action to attack. So you each get 4 melee attacks. As they're just rushing you, trying to hit you with pipes, essentially screaming in terror as much as rage at their situation. So who wants to go first for defending? You make agility rolls, difficulty 12.
Do it. I'll go first. I'm in front. I'll do it. All right.
All right. So first one.
Okay. And you said that is a D20. That's plus my agility. Is that correct?
Yep. Difficulty 12. Or 14 for you, actually, because you have that suit.
20.
Oh, okay. So you dodge the first swing, but they swing the wrench at you again.
Oh, and an 8.
So that either hits or you can take a painful success, which means that your next action or your next dice roll, no matter what it is, will automatically not just fail but fumble.
Oof.
So you either take the hit or fail forward by essentially stepping right into the swing of the next one. Just to get an idea what the stakes are is they'll do max damage on their hit of the next attack coming your way if you painful success this one.
Oh, then I'll just take this hit.
Okay, so roll a d6 to see how much damage your armor protects you from.
Ooh, 6.
Ooh, yeah.
And I rolled a 5. So yeah, they smack you in the armor, but you're fine. All right, but there's more blows coming at you, raining down at you. So
And yet there's more.
here comes, here comes another pipe swung by a starved, enraged, and terrified conscript. Make that agility DR14 roll.
Oh, for me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there's 4 attacks coming to each of us.
16.
All right, you duck out of the way of that attack. One more.
Oh no. That's a fumble, unfortunately.
That's a fumble, so you can either take that result or spend a badass point to reroll.
You know what? I'm going to spend a badass point to reroll.
Okay. Probably a good idea. Taking max damage is never a good thing.
7.
All right, still going to hit.
Still, yeah.
So you can either automatically fumble your next action, which will probably be an attack roll, or take the hit.
I'll take the hit.
Okay, roll a d6 to see how much your armor protects you.
5.
Oh, your armor's doing good, but this one hurts. You take 3 damage to your hit points.
Oof. I'm
So
good.
eight,
I'm
eight
good.
damage minus 5 to your armor. So, okay, so
Well,
you're good. Let's see how your medic buddy is doing.
If I survive this round, I can do some rub some dirt on it to help you out.
I believe in you.
All right, make your
So-
first roll.
Agility.
Mm.
All right. Take that hit.
All right, roll a d4 to see how much it protects you.
3. Not too bad. Not too bad.
And I rolled only 4
Oh.
damage, so 1 point gets through. So yeah, it
Okay.
could have been worse. And it can still be because they're going to try hitting you again.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely gonna get worse, but also I love this music.
Oh, thank you. I
Booyah!
made it.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, you dodge that blow, and up there's still another person screaming and running at you with the wrench.
No, there's not.
You avoid that one, and then
And there we go. That's what I'm looking for.
all right, spinning a bonus point or taking the fumble.
I'll spend the baddest point. I got 2 of them. That's what I'm talking about.
There we
Heck yeah.
go. So the good news is you've survived the attack. The bad news is
There's still
that's
more
only the
enemies.
first group of attacks. The shock trooper moves forward and fires his shotgun.
Oh
Shotgun.
no!
Has a special option of being able to attack 2 targets for less damage. I think he'll do that. So both of you make defense rolls against the shotgun blast. So another DR12 or 14, the grunt's case, agility rolls.
Really?
It's
13.
only a DR10 for me because of the energy shield, right? Because it's still
Oh,
ranged.
yeah, because it's a ranged attack. You're right.
Yes.
Oh,
crit.
it's a crit.
Nice.
You know what that means?
I have
You
no
get an
idea.
action like right now.
Oh, perfect. How are you looking, Grunt?
Well, let's resolve the damage on Isabit
Fair.
here. Are you going to take the painful success?
I'm just going to take the hit.
Okay, so go ahead and roll a d6.
4.
Shotguns do extra damage at short range.
Of course it.
So you take 2 damage after your armor protects you.
You know, I'm still standing, but I'm looking a little rough right now.
I have the stim pack. I don't even need to do the rub some dirt on it. So I baseball slide past you, open up the access port on the back of that giant hazmat suit, and you heal 3.
Oh, you are my favorite medic ever. Thank you.
All right, I think there's a roll you make along with that too, though.
Is there? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Let me find the stim pack rules.
Oh no, the stim pack. Never mind. I thought you were doing
Yeah,
rubs and
no.
dirt on it.
I was gonna do rub some dirt on it. I got the stim pack. I should probably just do that one instead.
Yep, no dice rolls for a stim pack. Nice and simple. Okay, well, that was a use of an action that you got as a bonus. So
Yep.
the troopers move up, and they fire with their pistols. I think they have. Yeah, they have pistols and shock batons. So they open fire with pistols. Each of you make a defense roll as you're getting shot at. DR 14 for grunt and 10 for medic.
Oh, come on.
Still 1 under.
Grunt. Yeah,
Nice.
fine.
All right.
I'm like the wind.
Oh, 1.
Uh, 7. I did max and you did minimum, so ouch.
Yeah, I'm down.
Oh boy.
I told you I was gonna be the first one to die.
Yeah, no. If your bets were on Elizabeth, you guys win.
You're at 0 hit points or less.
I am at 0 hit points.
Is there? I
Yeah.
know there's the other medic ability that lets me like get people back up and running, but is there a way for me to get to her now?
There's also something called trauma nanites, which you also don't have.
Yeah. There's many things I do not have.
I'm afraid you have no options.
Okay.
Okay, so Grunt goes down, dies screaming, and then the Firestormer just unleashes flame on your zone. So make another defense roll, medic.
You know what? It's not that bad. You got this.
DC
It'll
10.
be fine.
That's a 5 badass point because I need to survive this to find trauma, to find something in here
Oh no.
All right.
All right, go and roll your armor to see how much you're protected.
Hold on. Can I overcharge my energy shield to not have
Oh,
that?
yes, you can do that. You can overcharge your energy shield. You absolutely can.
I'll overcharge the energy shield.
All right, it gives an extra pulse of energy and then fizzles out. It's no longer functioning. You could reignite it with an action later, but it did prevent you from burning up.
Ah. Okay.
The conscripts and the shock trooper. Well, how much? Yeah, the conscripts die screaming,
Oh no.
and the shock trooper is just screaming, but is not dead yet.
Okay.
So they did just wipe out a bunch of their own, but also
Yeah, that's the one we wanted to wipe out. That's money.
yeah, and also Grunt is dead. So
Yeah.
it's all up to you now.
Oh, good.
You got this.
You got your actions. Would you like to escape and go back to the airlock to greet your reinforcement?
That's a possibility? Then yes.
Yeah, if you want.
Yes, it is.
The drawback, if you leave a room that has enemies in it, is it will be an automatically ambush the next time you go in. Because, they're waiting for you. But this room is already an ambush whenever you
Yeah.
went in.
So just no, I will point to the other end of the room and say, "Hey, look, what's that? It's someone spitting out space democracy." And then when they turn to look, I run through this door.
Now, what you could do, action economy-wise, might make the most sense, is make an attack and then leave.
Oh, fine, yes. I will get revenge on this shotgunner that's in front of me.
Okay.
Avenge
You've only
me.
got like
Last badass point. Let's do this again. There we go.
it hits.
Very nice.
All right. Were you doing a normal attack or a double tap?
I'll do the double tap. I'll spend both
Okay.
bullets.
Spends an extra bullet, you do an extra damage. So roll a d6 plus 1.
Helps if I do the roll first part of the command. Otherwise, it just gets yelling at me. Space in there, so I'm doing 6 damage.
All right. He's got
Nice.
3 points of armor and only 1 hit point left. So
Ooh,
you
yeah.
shoot him in the face and he goes down.
Well
Then I
done.
scream, "Look, space democracy," and then run.
All right. You have escaped for now. Elizabeth, time
Yes.
for new character. Are you going to go with a grunt again, or pick a different class?
I think I'm just gonna go with a grunt. I had a lot of fun with that, and hopefully I can live a little bit longer.
All right. So yeah, normally when you make a new character, there's something of a roguelike mechanic built into HELLSLAYERS, where based on the things you've accomplished,
Which,
you get more bonuses towards your new character. Now, you didn't get anything that adds anything extra to accomplishment rate because you just didn't live long enough. However,
Right.
you do get 1 bonus roll on either your power or equipment roll, your choice. So that's a freebie. So going through the character class, you picked Grunt. You pick your extra trait that gets another +1. You pick your terrible trait. Go ahead and make those choices, or just repeat the ones you made before if you want. It's okay to just do Grunt 2.0.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave the points the same.
as a
What were you gonna
fan-
say?
Just the thing, as a fan who's played so many roguelikes, I saw that mechanic and was like, "Oh yes, this is fantastic."
I think I'm gonna do an extra on the equipment chart.
Okay.
Chart.
So you can roll twice for your equipment.
So I get extra bullets again and D4 frag grenades.
Okay.
I get 3 frag grenades.
Frag grenades, you basically throw them into an adjacent zone. You don't have to make an attack roll, and they damage everything in the zone. Actually, no, you
Yeah.
do make an attack roll, and if you pick one target, if you hit them, you get it close enough to them that they take even more damage, but they still take damage even if you miss.
Nice. And then for my power, I got a 6, so I have retractable cyber blades.
Ooh.
You got spurs.
I got the spurs. That's what I wanted.
So D8 plus strength damage as a melee attack, so D4 for your normal unarmed. And yeah, when you hit, you can choose to lodge one of your blades into your target. If you do this, neither you nor your enemy may move, and then further attacks against the target from your own cyber blades or auto hits. So on your enemy's turn, they'll take an action to pull free. So basically, if you hit with your first one, you can stay there and automatically hit with your next one. Or
The apple
use
bottom
up an action.
jeans grunt with the spurs.
So
excited about that.
So yeah, the little escape pod thing is blasted off. Another one is tossed out and launched in to provide you with some reinforcements in the airlock. I think the medic can stand outside and say, "Look out for the exploding bits," and then the grunt will just have to make the roll to get through the hazardous room.
Oh, right. Okay.
So let's start off your career with an agility roll.
The room is still on fire.
Oh, we didn't roll your corporate sponsorship. Roll a D8 for that.
Oh, right. I got a 3. Is that what I got last time too? I don't know what page that was on.
I think 3 is terraform. Terraform designs and builds structures and infrastructure both for local bases on Luna and for stations and installations throughout the solar system. They also provide maintenance and repair services and is instrumental in keeping life-sustaining environments going. This corporation sees humanity's salvation in adapting hostile environments into new places where it can thrive. Terraform.
And when I give a badass point to another Hellslayer, it only costs me 1 badass point instead of 2.
Ooh. Sharing the love.
Indeed. So it is a D20 plus my agility, correct?
Yep. DR12 roll for getting through the room without yourself.
I got a 5.
Okay, so not that way. You can do the painful success where you don't get to move.
True.
Essentially, in this hazard, when there's no combat threat, it's not much of a hazard because you just keep rolling it over and over again. The only real problem is if you roll a fumble.
Not that one. The one next. No. That one's electrified. The one next to it.
Yeah, I got 21 this time, so I'm like following the instructions.
All right.
This time and actually make it through.
Yeah, the medic apparently has seen this before and is able to guide you through the room. And you are now in the quarters. You can choose where to go. Would you like to revisit the armory, where you know that enemies are waiting, alert, and ready? Or would you like to try one of the other rooms, where there might be aliens, or where there might be enemies, alert, waiting, and ready, or not?
You have grenades now.
I have grenades now.
I think we take revenge on the armory.
I 100% agree.
Also, I apologize because the entire time the medic is full on like old coring you. Like, listen up, newbie. I've been shit you haven't been.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
I wish the controls for fading music in and out worked easier on Roll20. Okay, go ahead. Oh, they can't hear you. My producer talking in my ear is telling me that let's cut to a commercial. So we'll be right back after this message from our sponsors.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hellslayers, and yeah, we've had our first player character death already. Grunt number 2 has entered, replacing Grunt number 1. So Elizabeth, you've lived and died a lifetime in Hellslayers, a short one.
I am back and better than ever with grenades this time.
Yeah, so eager to use grenades, you all charged back into the room where the first grunt was killed, and knowing full well that they're ready for you.
And just before we get started, just a quick reminder, if you want to join as part of the giveaway for the pre-release PDF of the Hellslayers book, just make sure you put hashtag REMPC in the chat, capital REM, capital PC, not sure if it matters, do it anyway.
Yeah.
Also, we were going to see, I had the thought during the break, can I have done the presence check to reignite my energy shield before we come back into the armory?
Yeah, you have time to do that while you're out in the hallway waiting for your reinforcements to show up. Looks like they're just sending you one more person to replace the one that was killed. So yeah, go ahead and make a presence roll to restart your energy shield.
That's 16, that's plenty. I'm
All right.
Once again protected.
It takes you a bit, but the energy shield comes back online. It's ready to protect you some more. That's a good result.
Back to the armory, and I believe since they ambushed us, they get to go first again.
Yep, so you enter into the armory and find them ready and waiting. There's charred corpses all around you, still smoking. One of which was your grunt, who was wearing an environment suit, which is now pretty well toasted. So first off, the firestormer goes and does the flamethrower thing. So we need to both make a defense test against a ranged attack.
Okay.
As we run in, Grunt looks at all the charring bodies and just kind of looks at the medic like, can I leave now? Like, I'm good. Oh, I got a 4.
No, apparently you cannot leave. I needed one more. Alright.
Doesn't your shield, like, being...
It drops it to 10 instead of 12.
Oh,
literally went away.
Never mind.
So you're gonna overcharge your shield to
Yeah, I don't want to be caught on fire.
Alright, so Grunt, are you just taking the hit? Or are you going to fumble your next roll, which will probably be a bullet coming from one of the troopers?
I'm gonna take the hit.
Alright, roll a d4 to see how much your armor soaks.
1? Really? Get ready for Grunt. 3.0. No.
Okay, I didn't roll too high, so you only take 2 points of damage.
I'm prepared to send dozens of men against them.
You are a singed grunt, but you're still alive so far. But now you have bullets coming your way as the troopers each fire at you. They're both going to stay where they are and shoot twice, so you each need to defend against 2 pistol attacks.
But I need them to stay twice. We need them to stay in the same zone.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Okay, we need Grunt to survive and for them to stay in the same zone.
I got a 4 and a...
Oh boy.
Oh, there's a fumble. That's max damage. That succeeded. The second bullet missed me. Probably because I was falling to the ground from the first bullet.
Alright, so roll a d4 to see how much your armor soaks.
Okay.
2 for the first one, and 2 for the second one.
Oh no.
Oh no. Alright, so you take 3 and then... No, you take 4 and then 3 more. I think you just died again.
Alright, so I took 5. I took 5 because they did max damage because they do a d6, right?
D6 plus 1. Because
So
they do get double hit.
so I took 6.
Yeah.
So I've got an important question. Can I grab a frag grenade off of the grunt's dead body?
Yes, it's right there. It takes you in action.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to survive this round anyway, so... Let's at least take it. Let's take them out, and then when the replacements come, they get a nice free armory.
All right. Well, you survived to your turn.
All right. Again, do the skid in a weird echo of the skid that they gave the stim pack onto the grunt. It's the same skid, just this time it's taking the frag grenade as a tear comes down my cheek after seeing another grunt die.
And they're like the grunts falling down and dying with the frag grenade in their hand, ready to pull the pin. But they're just not gonna make it.
And then it'll be so I have to aim against one, and that will take extra damage if I hit.
Yep.
I will go against the Firestormer then.
All right, roll to
Get rid
hit
of that
the
guy.
range attack. You hit, so it does 2d6 to the Firestormer, and then d6 to the troopers. So roll 2d6 first.
Max damage to the Firestormer.
Nice.
Kaboom! The Firestormer is actually they have 10 hit points, and their armor subtracts damage by 3.
Oh no!
So you're like, yeah, I took him out, but then like say he's still standing.
2 damage to the other 2, which I believe gets eaten by their armor.
Troopers have -2 armor, so yeah, they're fine.
Yeah, that triumphant music of dun dun dun. I throw the grenade, and I'm like, yeah. Oh.
Okay.
And that's my 2 actions, and that's 3 actions coming after me.
Yeah.
attack.
So roll to avoid the flames.
Okay, that's success.
All right, you managed to duck and avoid the flamethrower, and now you're getting shot at. Actually, troopers are going to charge forward
Good.
and use their shock batons.
Oh, good.
So these are melee defense rolls.
Doesn't matter. The energy shield's down, so I don't feel like you get any.
Still 4 attacks coming your way because you get to attack twice. They charge and attack and then attack.
This is what happens when you play with the developers, people. They make up rules that are really cool and then use them to hurt you. The medic is the wind. The medic is the wind. That hit. All right, 1 hit out of the 4.
All right, roll your armor.
Yes.
1 point gets through.
I have 1 hit point left.
After you take 1 point of damage, or before
After
you
I take the 1
point?
vision. Yes.
Okay, you're still barely alive.
I am going to. There's the funny answer and there's the non-funny answer. And I've got to go for the funny answer. First round is going to be to fire into the Firestormer.
Okay. Doing a double tap.
Yep, doing the double tap to do the 1d6
Plus
plus 1.
You hit.
Just need to get. Alright, that's enough. Bad Firestormer.
Yeah, 2 past his armor, and yeah, now when he dies, would have been great to have this happen earlier, but now when he dies, his tank goes off, he just explodes.
Look! Space Democrats! And then out the door again.
So running back out. Okay.
Yeah, I've got 1 hit point. I've got like a third of my bullets left.
Well, at least there's lots of bullets lying around on the ground in the
Yep.
armory. Undead grunts.
Go back to the door. Send the next grunt. And start powering up the energy shield again.
Really? What, did you kill the other one yourself or something? All right.
Look, grenades happened and they weren't my fault.
All right. So we're getting another one ready to send over. So going back to Elizabeth, you doing Grunt 3.0 or are you picking a different MOS?
I'm gonna try Grunt 3.0 just to see if I can make it out of the first room. But I am gonna switch my agility and toughness, so I'm gonna have 0 agility and 1 toughness, so that I can have 9 hit points.
Okay. Yeah, more hit points.
Can I keep everything else the same, the retractable, everything that I had the last time, do I have to reroll for everything?
You have to roll for him.
I do. Okay.
Yeah.
There's no consistency in the HELLSLAYERS. It's a random grab.
Like, the last configuration obviously wasn't the ideal one.
It's corporate sponsored loot boxes. That's what you get. You open it up and they're like, hey, I get Cyberblades. I don't have Cyberblades installed, and then the next thing you know, you wake up 3 days later.
I have 3 grenades again.
Okay.
And I have a shotgun and 12 shells. Yes.
Ooh.
And
There
then
we
for
go.
my power, I have brutality, +1 to all damage rolls.
Okay. Well, hopefully that comes in handy. Now make your agility roll to get through the airlock room without getting zapped or something.
15.
All right. You make it through, no problem. You're like, I got this.
So I
Yeah.
just
I
realized.
feel like I've done this before.
The question:
No. Yeah.
try the armory again or a different room?
Well, hold on. Let me do my energy shield first.
Oh yeah.
'Cause
Recharge your
that-
energy shield.
Because if I cannot painful success this because that would kill me, would legitimately kill me to do, which is not. All right, that's fine. Energy shield's back up again.
Yep. Charge is good. Energy field stabilizes and starts up, ready to protect you from more incoming fire.
Part of me wants to switch it up to go to a different room because I'm sure that people watching at chat are like, why they keep on throwing themselves at the armory. But the other part of me is like, there's now only 2 shock troopers in the armory.
Right. In the chat, don't forget to yell out #RemPC for an entry into our drawing for an exclusive early access release PDF of Hellslayers. So you too can put yourself in this kind of a situation. Yeah. So chat, should they go to a different room or
Yeah.
or
Are
finish
you
clearing out the armory?
fine seeing us throw ourselves into the armory one more time? Will that be the achievement people want to see?
There's hardly any enemies left in there, right?
Yes.
And I still have 3 grenades now.
Oh, you
Again.
do, and you have brutality with the grenades.
I have 3 grenades, brutality, and now I have a pistol and a shotgun.
So
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
you know what? Screw it. Let's go back to the armory.
All right, let's do this.
We will. This is the mountain we will die on, or I will die,
Right.
and then you will succeed.
as you head into the armory, the troopers are ready to go, ready to jump on you with their stun batons. So I need you each to make 2 defense rolls against these
Let me go
shock
first this time.
batons.
Yeah, you go first this time. Maybe we'll just switch it up completely.
Oh my
no.
God.
Yep. That's dead right there. But let's see. The other one. The other one's gonna hit me too. So, ooh,
All right. You are instantly beaten to death.
Yeah.
Grunt, how do you do?
There's no point for that.
18
Okay, you avoid that
on a
one.
7.
The second one's going to hit you.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll your armor, unless you want to
Yeah,
take a
no,
fail on the next roll.
I'm just gonna take the hit now. 3.
All right, I rolled 4 for damage, so only 1 point through. So you have survived the ambush. Your meta companion has not. What would you like to do?
Oh,
Important thing about the shotgun is you can target 1 target for D8 damage or 2 targets for D6, and damage is +1 if you're in short range, which is in the same zone.
So that would be plus 2 with the brutality. Jeez.
Yeah. So you could
as long as
shoot
you
them
hit
both
them.
twice.
Yeah, you'd immediately take out their armor and then just do straight damage.
yeah, but grenades though. No, I'll do the shotgun.
All right, focusing on one or hitting them both.
I would like to hit them both, I think. Unless my dead medic has a different opinion on that.
No, definitely. If you can take 2 rounds into them both, that's absolutely a better thing. Plus, you now have badass points again. So
I do. That's right. Okay, so how do I roll this to see if I hit? Is it a D20 plus
Agility, which I think
plus
is
agility
0.
is 0, yeah. And then I'm rolling it per bullet or per enemy?
You roll once per attack.
before you roll those, though, give me a quick D8, and I will grab your corporate sponsor because I think we kind of skipped over that.
Oh
I
yeah.
did.
We'll come up with a
7.
jingle for that while we're doing that.
7.
All right.
So 9. I'm guessing that doesn't hit anybody.
Yep, that's a miss. So what you could do is take a painful success and blow through D4 extra shotgun shells to hit anyway.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so roll D4 to see how many extra shells you use.
2.
Okay, so a couple extra shots and you hit them. And your next one hits with just the one shot. So you expend 4 shells, but you hit twice. So roll D6 plus 1 twice. It's the same damage roll against small targets.
3 and 7.
So 1 point gets through, and then another 5. That's 6 damage out of their 8 hit points. They're staggered, but they're still up, and now they're gonna start beating you with their shock batons.
Rude.
Make 4 defense rolls.
2.
Grunt is making those rolls. Just a reminder, this Grunt is brought to you by Nautilus. Have you ever had to entirely sacrifice an entire crew of people by going onto an abandoned ship because their communications were out of whack? That doesn't happen with Nautilus brand communications tech.
This is not good for me.
Okay, so
No.
make a damage, make an armor roll. 3 of them.
2, 4, and 4. Yes. Sort of.
So 3 damage after armor for the first one.
Okay.
3 damage after armor for the next one.
No.
And the last one does 8 minus your armor, which is another 4.
I am dead.
Oh, goodness. All right, so I mentioned this game is a bit of a meat grinder, right? So you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't seen it, like, grind the meat this much, but...
To be fair, there's only 2 of us, though, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, before there's been 4, so I think it's more survivable that way. And you do keep walking into the same ambush.
We do.
I can't fault you for doing that. I might well make the same decision in your situation, but well, it's time for new characters. You
Okay, so now I get 1 extra roll, right?
get an extra roll on either equipment or a power.
So I've switched over to engineer. Let's try a different MOS. See if that's gonna help us. Plus we get to show off the engineer a bit. I'm gonna do an extra power roll. So let's do equipment first. Roll 20. That's a 6. That's a shield drone.
Ooh,
Alright.
nice.
It protects everyone in your zone from ranged attacks.
Absolutely. I'm
You
gonna
can't overcharge it, but it does make it easier to avoid getting hit.
I'm gonna name him Chomsky. I don't know why I'm gonna name him Chomsky, but I'm gonna name him Chomsky. And then let's do 2 on the power. 4. Drone Master. You begin its mission with a pack horse drone, which you can repair and replace between missions. All of your drones gets -2 DR to any action they take, which requires a test. And I can have up to 3 drones. Fantastic news.
Get more drones and a drone to carry stuff.
And if I remember correctly, can't the pack horse drone kick people?
I don't remember.
I think so.
Oh yes, it can kick / stomp for D4
Good.
damage.
Good. We're gonna kick some space fascists with a pack horse drone.
Generally speaking, enemies will ignore your drones unless your drones attack, and then they're fair targets.
And then I have a support AI for any presence test to make repairs, bypass locks, use a recharge station, hack a computer, or any other technical task up to medians. Person roll 2d20 and use the highest of the 2 dice results.
Yeah, just to me, you got the pack horse there to hand you tools. You get -2 DR on those rolls too.
Fantastic news. I'm keeping the +1 toughness, keeping the -1 strength. Basic stats are staying the same. Up to 9 hit points. And I am ready to rock and roll. Oh, hold on. I gotta find my
Corporate sponsorship?
sponsor. That's typing that into the Twitch chat will do absolutely nothing besides make me look silly.
Hmm.
That's 1.
That's Mac again.
Alright, I can be back in.
Materials Acquisition Corp.
Alrighty, you're up.
I'm gonna go with Scout this time.
They realize sending grunts is not helping.
Let's try something different. And some different people into the meat grinder.
Ooh, I get armor upgrade.
Ooh.
Nice.
Light combat armor upgrades to armor vest. Armor vest upgrades to any armor of your choice. So I get the armor vest, correct?
Yep.
Because I had
You
light
get
armor.
D6 for your armor rolls instead of D4. But it doesn't have the drawback to stealth and defense rolls.
I got another 4 for my equipment roll.
That means you get to pick anything else you want on the equipment list without rolling again.
Oh.
Does an upgrade to power armor?
Since you roll doubles, you get to pick instead of rolling. And I'm pretty sure power armor is not on the list.
It says upgrade to any armor after the initial one.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you could choose another armor upgrade.
Well, I do have a question. What exactly does the scout drone or the tech hound do?
The scout drone essentially can cancel ambushes for you, but there's a chance it gets broken in the process.
Okay.
And what was the other one? Tech hound?
Tech hound.
Yeah, it runs around and bites enemies for you.
I mean, no ambushes sounds kind of amazing. Not gonna lie.
I mean, considering your experience with ambushes, I could definitely see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the scout drone.
Okay. Yes, it's a little scout drone you send in, and it scouts it for you and lets you know what you're
Look at
looking
that.
into.
We've got 2 players, but we got 5 things on the field. We're like saturating the area with targets. They're gonna ignore them until they make a trouble with themselves, and at least my pack horse is gonna make trouble for himself.
All right, so what's your corporate sponsorship, Scout?
2. I also got cyber skin. My skin is enhanced with toxin-proof, thermal insulated, and radiation-resistant sheathing. You are immune to damage from most environmental hazards. +2 to armor rolls versus acid, electric, plasma, fire, or toxic attack. That would have come in handy. 4.
All right. Oh, Harvesta is your sponsor. They maintain massive underground farms on Luna, located inside massive natural caverns, which have been further excavated to make more room for growing crops. They know that humanity's survival depends on its ability to provide food and other forms of sustenance.
Ration packs now coming in. Your ability is spend a badass point. Everyone gets a ration pack, including yourself. So it's a great downtime healing thing. Ration packs now come in such flavors as 2D Fruit and Fruity, Mimosa Umosa, and non-provable workplace accident by chocolate.
All right. Well, are the new HELLSLAYERS ready to go?
Yep. Okay. So we can hold. Okay. I think I can still hold everyone, so I don't have to go with because I think I can still carry my drones across the floor until we get out of the room. Right. I believe I still have the carrying capacity for that. It's like 10 minus for how much gear you can carry.
Yeah, your gear slots. Yeah, the drones take up multiple ones. You might be encumbered, but if you sort of pull them through and then power them up once you get in the hallway, you could do that, I suppose.
Yeah, just because I don't want the drones to immediately explode.
They don't really have to roll for hazards, so...
Oh, they don't? Never mind.
You don't have to worry about that so much.
The drones can find their own way.
Yep. So, yeah, I guess once your HELLSLAYERS are created, roll to get across, to get through the dangerous airlock.
Nope.
Or roll again if you fail. Yeah, like, okay, this is dangerous. Didn't they say everyone else they sent this way died?
There we
yes.
go.
All right,
There we
you
go.
get through it. All right. Takes a few die rolls. We get to wait for just the right timing, but then you're out through the airlock, and where would you like to go?
That's us just radioing back to the fleet. They said they kept on screaming, "What? Ambush, grenade, fire, what? Clear that what?"
So heading to the armory.
Yeah, we gotta at this point. It's a sunk cost fallacy. There's been
Right.
too many HELLSLAYERS have died at this armory.
All right. So yeah, you stand a reasonably good chance of avenging them. So Yeah, when you go ahead and use your scout drone, while
Definitely.
active, you and your allies can't be ambushed, but when an ambush is prevented, the scout drone must make a stealth test, DR12, straight D20 roll. So go and roll on behalf of your scout drone.
Woo! 13.
It succeeds, so it does a little distraction or something, doesn't get wrecked in the process. And you can head in, and you guys get to go first.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
You've lost more people into this room. It is you definitely get to go first.
All right. I would like
All right.
to. What do I have?
They're ready to ambush you, but they're looking at the wrong spot when you come in, so you get your actions before the troopers do.
I'm gonna come in pistols blazing. And I'm gonna shoot the first one that I see.
All right, you gonna double tap or just fire once?
I'm gonna double tap. Why not? So that is a D20 plus
Agility.
agility. Okay, that's what. 14?
That hits.
Okay.
Roll D6 plus 1 for the double tap.
3.
Okay, 1 point of damage gets through the armor. Can't remember if they had 1 or 2 hit points left. I think they had 2 left. Yes, they had 2 hit points left each. So now this one has 1 hit point left. So 1 bullet wasn't enough, or 2 bullets wasn't enough. Gonna attack the same one again or the other one?
I think I just want to kill that one. I'm gonna go for that same one to try to kill it.
All right, another attack roll.
16.
And that hits. Roll damage.
Okay, can I double tap again or no?
Yes.
I guess I don't really need to. Because they only have 1 hit point. But I'll double tap, just overkill. 4.
And that's enough. Goes down. All right, engineer. There's still 1 enemy left in here amidst all of the charred corpses. Some of which wearing HELLSLAYER uniforms.
So I'm gonna fire twice, and then the drone horse is gonna kick him if he's still standing after me firing
All right.
twice.
It's a miss
Yep.
unless you want to do a painful success for D4 extra rounds.
Not on the first one. If I happen on the second one, I'll do it. Yeah. Okay. So that'll be the painful success, and the double tap. So that'll
Right.
be
Roll a D4.
I'll use
4.
Jeez, of
So you
course, now I get
8
back.
bullets for 1 damage roll. Okay, D6 plus 1. Just don't roll a 1.
Oh, you said it.
Yep,
Universe.
I know.
Okay.
All right, and you rolled good enough to drop him with that. So yeah, you just squeeze off a whole bunch of shots, and not sure how many of them hit, but at least 1 did, and he goes down.
There we go.
You have
Clear the room!
You've cleared the room of enemies. Yay! So, I'll mention there is loot available. Let's see, there is 2 grenades that haven't been used. There are some damaged pistols and shotguns. Damaged weapons can be looted, but they can't be used until you repair them with a repair kit, which you might find down the road. So if you want an extra pistol or shotgun or something, you might pick one up here.
And my pack horse has like what 10 slots, 10 gear slots. I want to say something like that.
I think so. You individually have 10 plus or minus your strength, I think, or maybe it's 8. I think it's 10. Most items take up a single gear slot. Ammo typically doesn't, but some of them do, like rockets. But you don't have those, so don't have to worry about that right now.
I mean, if you have more space, you can take the grenades if you want.
Yeah, like basically we can just share them in the pack horse. So like
Yeah.
grenades, a shotgun, a pistol.
Yeah.
Once we find a repair kit.
What does your presence look like?
So my presence is +1.
Okay.
The drone helps with all presence checks. My drone horse does.
Okay.
So I think it's a -2 to the DR. So I'm rocking a DR10 presence check or loot check. I want to say.
It doesn't apply. The pack horse doesn't help with looting. It's like technical tests because it's like helping you by handing you tools or acting as a toolkit.
Well, my presence is a 0, so if you want to do the loot check, you can. If not, I will.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's worth noting you can loot while in combat, but
Probably not.
you should probably deal with the things that are going to kill you first.
So that's the first one.
So it's an 11. The standard loot DR in this room is 12, so that's a fail, which means you can take a painful success where you'll find something this round, but that's it.
All of this, everything we've done for one roll in the loot roll.
Did you happen to note how many bullets were on your characters that died? Because you can probably pick
I
those
had
up.
all of mine because I don't think I fired anything.
You had 20 on the last one, and then 12 shotgun rounds.
Yeah.
I had 12 on medic.
Okay, so it seems like the HELLSLAYERS have stocked the armory that you're looting then.
Yes. It's 1d12 for my one loot roll, right?
Yep.
9.
But yeah, the ship's under attack. Things have been largely stripped here of the weapons and armor. But you do find a fully charged power pack, which can be used to recharge things like your energy shield if it runs out of power, which it hasn't yet. Oh, wait, you don't have one of those.
I don't have an energy shield.
Someone did.
Yes, the medic did. That's probably destroyed.
Yeah, we'll call it destroyed.
Can I use the power pack on the drones to help repair them, or is it only repair?
I think sometimes the drone might require power, but usually to repair them would be a repair kit.
Gotcha. Still, I'll toss it on the pack horse, and we move on to, believe it or not, a second room.
One more thing. The troopers had some ammo stuff that they dropped. So at least you're going to be in a good situation with your ammo. So
Sure.
Let's see, there were 4 troopers and a shock trooper and a firestormer. The firestormer blows up, doesn't leave anything behind. The conscripts, they don't leave anything behind. But the troopers each leave behind D6 bullets, and the shock trooper leaves behind D6 shells. So one of you wants to roll 46 for bullets, and then another can roll 1d6 for shells, besides what you find on the fallen HELLSLAYERS.
I'll do shells if you want to do.
Sure.
I'm sorry, you said it was 4d6?
46 bullets and 1d6 shells.
Okay. 4 shotguns shells.
And 18 bullets. Split that 9-9, each of us.
If you want, yeah, we can do that.
And you found, 32 bullets on the dead HELLSLAYERS?
Yep, I took 12 from medic.
Yeah, and I took the ones from the ground.
Good.
Okay. So yeah, there's really not much else to do in the armory unless you want to look to see if there's a secret room off of here.
Sure. What kind of one?
I'm gonna give you 8 shotgun shells just to have in case we get an extra shotgun. That way we split it, if that's okay. Sorry.
Yep, no worry.
And it's a presence roll to search.
And does the drone help with this?
No. Not for searching rolls.
+1. No. If the secret room is here, it has never been found.
It's not off of this chamber. So yeah, going back to the main map. Again, since we have corridors that connect, you've got several options to choose from: the brig, the observation lounge, the medical bay, or the bridge.
We could circle back for the brig. They probably have conscripted there. We might be able to freeze them. Or do we want to just do something fun? Like, I'll leave this one up to you. I've thrown this against the armory enough.
I'm Well, okay. So if we go to the brig, we might be able to save some people. However, if we go to the medical bay first, we might be able to find medical supplies that we might need going
I'm
forward.
down with that line of thinking.
Okay. I say medical. Yeah, we're going to go to the medical bay.
All right, you approach the medical bay. Send your scout drone in ahead of you in case there's an ambush.
Oof. It's not very stealthy this time. Got a 3.
You only have to roll it if it prevents an ambush.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I didn't actually roll that.
And yeah, in the room, in the medical bay, you can see the medical equipment. There's no sign of enemies in here. It doesn't seem like there's any hazards, but then there's this strange psychic pulse in your mind that is painful and distracting.
See, people at home, this is why we need the psychic on our side. Cliff's hoarding all
Agreed.
the psychic impulses for himself.
Plus D4 to all your tests while you're in this room.
No.
Oh, no.
You can spend an action to try to shake it off, but there's a chance you'll take damage if you fail. So,
What kind of roll would that be?
That's a presence test, DR 12.
I don't want to risk the damage. I think we just.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think we throw some. We throw a loot roll at this room. At the very least, we do a painful success, and then we get out of here before we start bleeding from the nose.
Maybe see if the secret room is here,
Yep.
and then
We can
yeah.
do that.
Okay.
All right, you looking
you
for
do the
loot or
loot-
a secret room first?
Loot
If
first.
you look for the loot, I can look for the secret room, unless
Sounds
you want to
good
do
to me.
both.
No, I think we need to loot more, and since I got the better presence, I think I should try that.
Perfect.
It doesn't matter. Badass roll. Badass point. I have badass points again. I'm going to spend that to make that a success. So we need to get at least 2 rolls on this.
All right, so roll to see what you find.
Still, if I type this into the Twitch chat, that'll be bad. It will not actually roll. So that's 5.
That's a stim pack.
Yay.
Hey, you found medical supplies.
in the medical bay. So odd.
And yeah, there's probably more here, but let's see how our scout's doing.
Nope.
All right, so make your second loot roll.
Yeah, made the second loot roll. Failure. So we get a 9.
Another fully charged power pack.
Oh, so many power packs.
And yeah, it looks like the medical supplies have been largely stripped out of here. Elizabeth, do you want to look to see if there's access to a hidden room through here?
I would.
That's the
20.
presence room.
Hey.
Hey, you find a sliding panel that accesses another chamber.
Oh, man.
Hey, look what I found.
I'm getting the old school Doom flashbacks where the entire wall just kind of...
Yep. In the meantime, the scout was walking around, bumping into the walls here and there, bumping into each one until I found. Oh, I found one.
You gotta walk into all the walls and press spacebar. If you don't walk into the walls and press spacebar, you're not searching the level.
Exactly.
All right, moving to the hidden laboratory. You can see the enemies are waiting to ambush anyone who came in here. Now make a stealth roll for your drone.
Okay. Oh,
Oh.
9.
It fails. A conscript whacks your drone with a hammer and it goes offline. It's still repairable, but it's damaged. However, now you even the odds, and if you enter the room, it won't count as an ambush.
Yeah.
You could even attempt to use stealth.
Ooh.
We've never done this before.
I know.
What
I
is the
kind of want to
stealth
try
that
it.
you speak of? Yeah.
Okay, in order to use stealth, you each make an agility roll for stealth when you enter the room. If you succeed, the enemies won't see you and the combat won't trigger yet. If you attack an enemy from hidden, you get -4 DR on your attack roll. It used to be an auto crit, but that was too powerful.
You said agility roll, right?
Yep.
Oh no. Can I spend a badass point to re-roll that?
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
So it's not a fumble, which is good, which is better. So on a failed stealth
Making
roll,
the baddest point to succeed.
if you fail a stealth roll, you can take a painful success to succeed on the stealth roll, but your next stealth roll will automatically fail. So you've gone as far as you can with stealth.
Do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
And the engineer can continue to move and do things without, and it'll require another stealth roll with each action you take, but at least you're still hidden. Now, Scout can't move without breaking stealth. So, engineer, do you have anything you wanted to get up to before you started the party?
Scout is frozen and like looking around because she doesn't want to alert anybody that she's there, and she looks absolutely ridiculous.
Scout is holding a potted plant in front of her.
Exactly.
Where do you even get that?
Because I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to move to leave this zone at all.
You
So,
don't
yeah.
have too many options. If you wanted to like get further in before you start fighting, you might move. If you wanted to be in a position where you're, closer to the enemies.
Yeah, no. With my shield drone, I want to still protect Scout. So I
You
don't
could
want to move out of
also
the zone.
attempt to loot before the fighting starts. And every time you make a loot roll, you have to make another stealth roll. You could try to get loot
I
before the
mean-
fight.
It's too funny to not do it.
Yeah, I think you have to.
So do I make the stealth roll first, or do I make the loot roll first?
Loot roll first.
Okay.
See what you find, and see what you pay for it.
Oh my god.
So, failed
other-
roll.
Other baddest point. We need gear.
Okay.
So
So yeah, you find some loot. Roll a d12 to see what it is.
another
It's another
freaking
power
power pack. I'm finding Duracell batteries every
There's always-
time I open up.
I think there's always something that you just have in unwanted abundance. In the other actual play I ran, we did like a whole campaign of it. It was crowbars. They had so many crowbars. All right. Well, there's might be more to find, but now you have to make a stealth roll.
Nah, so it was fine.
You're still sneaking around. They haven't found you. So unless
No.
the scout wants to break stealth, you can keep going.
Keep going.
All right. You go.
I open up the cabinet, pull out the power pack, close the cabinet, look over at Scout, move to the next cabinet.
And actually, you can take your badass point back because the loot DR in this room, the starting loot DR is 8. And the
Aha.
hidden room is a good place to find loot.
Now it's out to DR10.
Now it's 10. Yep. Do you want to keep looting?
Yes, I do, and that would be a crit.
Oh, yes. So you can
Ooh.
either roll on the elite loot table or
Back to
pick
the-
anything you want from the basic loot table.
We gotta go back to the elite loot table. We
Yeah,
gotta get
yeah,
something fun.
absolutely.
That's a 5.
All right. 5 on the elite loot table is a rocket launcher and 2d4 rockets. Just slide around.
Okay.
So roll 2d4 to see how many rockets you get. Now, when I mentioned ammo doesn't take up gear slots, I was not talking about rockets. Each rocket is one
completely
gear
fair.
slot.
There's only 3 rockets, but I'm gonna put them to use.
Okay, so
You only
if you
need
find a
one
rocket
to aim it,
launcher,
right?
I just like sneaking around, like pick up a power pack, show the scout, like okay, and like reach over, like pull up rocket launcher.
It's like Pulp Fiction. Like I open up the cabinet, like the golden light comes out, and at this point, engineer's like, I find one more freaking power pack.
I imagine the scout almost dropped the plant when she sees the rocket.
Okay, yeah, make another stealth roll, engineer.
Yeah, this is gonna go bad, but man, is it gonna be fun. Yep.
That's a fail.
You know what?
So,
It's too funny not to. I'm spending the last badass point.
all right, just gonna upgrade it to a success.
Upgrade it to success because I want the next round to happen. Where
All right. Let's see what else is in in
No,
storage here.
no. The rest of loot can come afterwards. I want to stand up from behind the cabinets with the rocket launcher.
All right. So, which enemy are you going to target with the rocket launcher? And if you say the conscript, be ready to take some hit point damage yourself.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Please don't aim towards me.
What? How does one rocket launcher? Like, what are the rules for this?
So
What's
you pick a
happening?
target, and if you hit them, they take lots of damage, and everyone else in the zone takes some damage.
Okay, so
If you miss them, everyone in the zone still takes some damage, including the target you missed. If you get a crit, you insta-give them, and a painful success means you take damage from the back blast. Don't crumble, because then you blow up in your own zone.
Okay, and it looks like these two ones that are nearby are
Shock troopers have shotguns, troopers have pistols and shock batons.
all right. Then I'm gonna fire into the two nearby. Are these the shock troopers or the regular troopers?
What's that?
The two in the next zone over. Are they the shock troopers or the regular troopers?
The shock troopers are the closer ones.
Okay, so yeah, they're getting rocked.
All right,
I'm gonna pick the higher one, the one that's near Scout, so to speak.
So that one up there.
The actual, yes, that's gonna be the actual target.
All right, your attack DR is at +2. It's harder to hit something directly with a rocket, but it can be done. You're going for a DR 14 agility roll.
Oh no!
And I
Yeah,
don't
actually-
have any badass points.
And actually, I was going to say, because it's from surprise, it's actually 4 lower, so it's even lower DR. But yeah, if you roll a 1, that's okay. Everything in your zone takes D8 damage. Armor does reduce it. So
Okay.
so Scout and Engineer, go ahead and make well,
Oh, you rolled the damage? Never mind.
armor rolls.
You got a 3.
You know, it's your rocket launcher. Why don't you go ahead and roll the damage?
Okay.
It's a D8.
Oh no!
I hope to. There we go.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
That's when you want to roll the 1.
Right,
So
the
yeah,
conscript goes, ow! They don't have armor. But, you know.
There's
It didn't do a lot of
definitely
damage.
the engineer stands up with a rocket launcher, does the whole like badass say hello to my little friend line, pulls the trigger, and has not armed something on it. The rocket kind of just falls out and detonates.
All right.
What-
Would you like to
do that?
You still have another action before the enemies go. Would you like
Yeah,
to fire
I
another
would-
rocket?
Of course I gotta fire another rocket.
They're over there.
All right.
Oh, this is the safety.
All right. So that's a miss, but at least you hit their area.
Yeah.
So roll a d8 for damage.
There we go.
Oh, max damage.
Nice.
They have 3 points of armor, so they each take 5. They're still up, but they're definitely hurt.
And then my pack horse is going to run up and kick this one.
All right, your pack horse charges at the shock trooper.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll its attack.
And that's just a straight D20, right?
Just a straight d20. Yep. It
Yes.
hits. Roll damage.
I have it written down, and then I lost it. Drones, right down here. Pack horse. D4 damage. Two damage. Gets
And
to
its
the armor, unfortunately.
armor soaks it. Yep. It's pack horse. Pack horse used its stop attack. It wasn't very effective.
No. I've been yelling at this pack horse the entire time. It has not helped me in any of my loot rolls. And now it has not gone through his armor.
All right. So Scout, you can take some actions if you want, and your first attack will actually be at -4 DR because you're attacking from stealth.
Oh, fun. Okay.
Unless you want to stay hidden and see how this plays out for your friend. With all the enemies focused on him.
Yeah, I kind of want to, but I am going to drop the plant that I was hiding behind and shoot. This guy is coming at me to actually attack me, correct?
Yeah,
Well, would be if
conscript.
he saw me.
Yeah, it is a conscript though, so if we kill off the other ones first.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually shoot the guy that was rocket launched
Okay.
with my pistol.
Double tap or single shot?
I'm gonna go for the double tap.
Make your attack roll.
10.
That's a miss, but you do have lots of extra bullets. So you could spend
Yeah.
D4 extra bullets to hit anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Considering how many you
One.
found on the corpses of fallen Hellslayers, it makes sense. Your sacrifice was not in vain.
So I got a 1 for that.
Yep, so that was 3 bullets total you spent, and you rolled D6 plus 1 for damage.
5.
And that's just enough to finish him off.
Yay!
You have another action. Would you like to take cover or attack? Or do something else like aim? Probably
I
makes
can't.
sense to attack, but
Yeah, I can't. Can I see this guy over here to shoot him?
yep.
Okay, then I would like to do that. I'm gonna double tap again if I can.
Sounds good. As long as you got the bullets, which I know you do.
7. Can I spend the extra bullets to hit?
Yep, painful success. If you missed, try again.
Yeah, I'll do the painful success.
All right, so that's what, 2 extra bullets?
Mm-hmm.
It's beginning to resemble a John Woo film. Just endless bullets.
Yep,
And
go ahead
then 3.
3 damage. Up his armor soak stat. All right, next up is the enemies go. A shock trooper is going to step forward and try to blast you both. So make a ranged defense test.
Drone horse.
Yeah, it does have the pack mule horse there. So yeah, never mind. He'll stay right there and blast the pack horse. And these
sacrifice yourself nobly for a cause.
These 2 troopers will probably fire at the pack horse unless it's not there anymore. So shock trooper fires at the pack horse. Roll a defense roll for your pack horse.
Our defense DR is 12. Everybody think high numbers.
Just high numbers.
That's not a high number.
That is
All right.
not a high number at all.
Right, so
At least it was just
penalty.
the pack horse, though.
Takes 8 points of damage minus its armor.
So armor is 2, so it takes 6 points. Got 4 hit points left.
All right, this trooper is going to shoot it.
All right. No, it's not.
And it's going to shoot it again.
That'll do it. Roll 2. Or roll 1. Get +1. It's not.
Max damage. So that's
Nice.
5 after its armor. I think that's the end of the pack horse.
That is in fact the end of the pack horse.
So the trooper, after doing that, moves forward. The next trooper steps forward and is going to fire at the person who sent the pack horse and is going to fire rockets, I think.
That's fair. That's understandable.
So make a defense roll.
Yep.
Yep, and you avoid the shots. The conscript screams and runs forward, swinging his hammer that has smashed the scout drone to smash the scout now. So he can make 2 attacks. So make 2 melee defense rolls, scout. That's you, Elizabeth. Up your hand.
9
All right, you're gonna take the
and a
hit.
5.
All right. So assuming you're taking the hit for the first one at least, so it's D4
Yeah.
for your armor, right?
D6.
No, it's a D6 because you upgraded.
5. And then
Right, that's 2 damage through past your armor. Second one, does that hit, or are you going to take take a fumble on your next roll?
If you take the fumble, I still got one more rocket left, and they're now all in the same zone again.
I will take the fumble on my next roll.
All right, so you're pushed off balance, but you managed to avoid the attack and further damage. So your next dice roll, whatever it is going to be a fumble.
Okay.
And it's now your turn. Do you want to get the fumble over with right away, or see what happens with the rocket first?
Let's see what happens with the rocket first.
All right.
I think.
I load the last rocket in. I'm going to aim, I think, for this one up here. Because I know that Scout is going to fumble.
Yeah, but if you go down here, you might be able to hit both of them.
Oh, I'm gonna hit them all regardless. If I miss, or even if I hit, I believe I hit everybody.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's just by the zone.
It's by the zone.
Okay.
So
okay, that's fair.
But if I get that one, these two will come after me, and I know you're gonna fumble. So
okay, that's fair.
Actually, that looks like a hit to me.
All right, so it's 2d8 damage to the target that you just hit with the rocket, and then 1d8 to everyone else in the same zone.
7 damage to him.
Minus his armor of 2 is 5. He's still up, but it's definitely looking hurt.
And then the zone get a full 8. Oh.
And the other ones who weren't directly hit by the rocket actually took more damage. The shock trooper is toast. The other trooper is pretty severely injured.
Okay.
That was your first action.
That was the first action. Drop the rocket launcher, pull out the pistol. We're badasses here in the HELLSLAYERS.
Yep, changing weapons and items doesn't take any actions unless you're encumbered.
Gotcha. Which I am not, because the pack horses carry everything. It's now dead in the water, so we'll have to figure stuff out for that.
Damage, it could be repaired if you haul its corpse along with you and make it to the end of the mission or find a repair kit.
True. I will shoot again the because I know the conscript's still there. I'll shoot the trooper at the top. I am going to double tap. That looks like it to me.
Yep, nice shot. Now roll the damage, d6 plus 1.
5 damage.
Yep, that's enough to take him down.
Oh, look at that.
That was beautiful.
Why old machine? Medic and grunt say who?
All right, I believe that's my turn now.
Yep.
Is that correct? Okay. So since I know that I'm going to fumble my first roll, does anything negative happen to me when I fumble my roll? Just out of curiosity.
If you fumble with the gun, you use up d4 extra bullets.
Okay.
If you fumble in melee, your melee weapon breaks if you have one, or you take damage.
Oh, okay. Then because I have the bullets to spare, I am going to shoot the conscript in front of me.
Okay, so just roll a d4 to see how many extra bullets you waste. Either because your gun jams, you have to clear some, or because you just wildly fire off extra shots. So use up 4 extra bullets to no effect, but at least you weren't hit.
And then I have another action, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to shoot this guy down here.
All right, it's a DR12 agility roll.
Ooh.
That's a crit.
Well,
Crit. So on a crit, you do max damage instead of rolling damage. So
heck yeah.
7 minus his armor of 2, he is definitely dead. Headshot.
Fantastic.
And then the conscript, seeing that, throws the hammer down and says, I'm so sorry. They made me do it. Please, don't kill me.
We're not going to kill you. We're going to do something worse. Have you heard about the HELLSLAYERS?
Oh, God. No. No.
Welcome to the team.
I was a HELLSLAYER. I was captured and put to work.
So start the D8 and the D10. So now it's a D12 for the loot roll.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you haven't finished looting yet.
All right. So unfortunately, my damn presence was too good and moved me away from a crit.
Hey, but still more loot, so roll and see what you find.
Yep.
It's D12.
An 8.
It's a med pack with one use, or you can restock a med pack with one use of supplies.
Okay, yep. So we just find the mid pack.
Yep.
Repair pack would have been nice. Still
Well,
going.
There might be more stuff here. It's a
14.
DR14.
That's a success.
Nice.
Another med pack use. So this is 16. There we go.
Yeah,
So-
last thing.
Last roll.
And it's a stim pack.
Okay, so
Yeah, lots of medical supplies here in the hidden lab. Well, there was a rocket launcher too.
yeah.
I wonder what kind of stuff they were doing here. Probably best to not look too closely at it.
No.
Yeah, you've looted the hidden laboratory. You've cleared out 2 of the rooms. Is it time for another commercial break? Or should we keep going? All right, we're going to do another commercial break.
Alrighty.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord. and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey, and welcome back to the One Shot Show with HELLSLAYERS. It's a bit of a meat grinder adventure today. The scout and engineer are faring much better than the medic and the two grunts.
Three.
Three grunts.
Three
Okay.
months.
Yeah. That ambush room was brutal.
Yeah.
Quite brutal.
Oh no! Didn't we break your scout drone? No, we didn't break the scout drone because there's no ambush in this room.
The scout
No, but the
drone-
guy
there
hit
was.
it.
Yes.
Oh, it is broken. So
I
yeah,
hit it, yeah.
that's
Well, the medical bay, you
ridiculous.
didn't have to make the scout drone roll,
Fair,
but then the hidden
fair.
laboratory, you did.
Yeah, he broke my toy.
Speaking of ambushes and things sneaking up on you, if you are within the sound of our voices, this is your last call. Put hashtag REMPC into the chat. Get that pre-release special PDF that you know you want. Lord it over your friends. Mock them for not being here for this drawing. You have this is your last call. We have about 30 minutes before that name gets drawn. If you put your name, put hashtag REMPC 31 minutes into this, we will laugh at you just a little bit.
Or don't, so I have a better chance of winning it.
Or don't. That's also an option.
I already gave you a copy because you're playing in this.
Well, yeah, but then I have my own copy that I won and I beat everybody and I can lord it over them.
Exactly. See,
I see.
again, do you not just listen to me? I said, lord it over your friends. Like that's
Exactly.
All right. So, yeah, with that, let's dive back into the mission. Remind you, your mission objective is to kill every enemy in the objective room, which is the bridge of this space fascist city ship. Your secondary objective is to kill all the enemies in all the rooms. And currently, you've cleared 4 of the rooms, including the airlock.
we did find the secret room, which was important.
Yeah.
Before we get too farther, I'm going to slap a stim pack onto the scout real quick.
Hey, thank you.
It's only 1 hit point pack, unfortunately.
That's, you know what? That's one more than I had, so thank you.
Very true.
If only we had a medic.
I've seen the people they turn out of the medical corps in the HELLSLAYERS. It's not good.
About as good as their grunts.
You do have a med pack with 2 units of supplies, so that's good.
We do.
We do. I think we should save that, though. I think I'm good missing just 1 hit point.
So here comes the important part.
Okay.
We can try for the brig. We can try for the observation lounge.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, we know just from the format of the game
Mm-hmm.
that slight meta knowledge, but that bridge is going to have more enemies than we've experienced so far on it.
Yes.
So it becomes we are now at the point of do we want to risk it in the observation lounge of the brig to get more loot but take more damage, or do we want to just beeline for the bridge?
Okay, so here's my thought.
Okay.
We're both mostly healthy. I think you're good.
I'm completely fine. They have not.
Yeah, I'm only missing one hit point. If we go to the bridge and we at least get that done, we can reevaluate and see how healthy we are after the end of that, and we can always go back to the other rooms if we want to.
I like it.
And if we're too hurt, we can just leave if we want.
True.
Oh, I forgot to mention the extra bullets and shells from the fallen enemies.
Oh, right.
You roll 2d6 for bullets and 2d6 for shells.
I'll take bullets. You take shells.
Yep. Sounds good. 7 shells.
7 bullets.
Okay.
You used more. You take them. I got plenty.
Are you sure?
I got 31 bullets right now.
Then you take the 7 shotgun shells.
Can do.
There's also damaged shotguns, damaged pistols.
Well, we lost the pack horse.
Well, we still have the pack horse. I'm just now carrying the pack horse. It doesn't make me encumbered just yet.
Okay.
Because we can still store things in the pack horse.
Okay.
It's just basically like I've got the world's most niche backpack in existence. And
Do you want to go ahead?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
We can find a repair pack. We can repair pack and get it back up and running.
Right now we have 1 pistol and 1 one broken pistol, one broken shotgun in there, right?
Correct.
Do you want to take another broken shotgun? And if we can find repair kits, we can each have a shotgun? Or do you not want to worry about it?
No, absolutely. We'll put that in there. With a rocket launcher.
All right, so I think we're going to go to the bridge. And then we'll reevaluate if we survive.
All right, you head to the bridge. Large, expansive combat information center, lots of control stations, conscripts here and guards, and a space fascist field commander who's a boss level enemy.
Ooh.
Just out of curiosity, the guy that we rescued, he's not coming back to help us, is he? He just left, right?
No.
Okay.
No, he's going to stay out of the way. We won't bother keeping track of him. You'll get extra pay at the end of the mission.
Yeah, we are
Having
specifically
rescued him.
keeping him someplace safe.
You or your beneficiaries.
Yeah.
So looking here, there's 4 conscripts, 2 firestormers, 2 troopers, and a field commander. The room is cluttered, so stealth is possible. There's a little bit better loot DR in here. However, you also notice that the psychic feedback is in this room as well.
Once again, Cliff stealing all the psychic powers for himself.
Right?
Again,
So,
as a reminder, people, we got to kickstart this. We got to hit the first stretch goal. It's like it's a psychic class, and we don't psychic powers for the people.
well, right now the psychic powers mean you have +3 to all of your DR.
Oh no!
Now remember, I said that you can spend an action to try to shrug this off. There's a possibility of suffering damage in the process. But
Quick question about the shrugging off. Is that a once we're through it, or we're through it for a little bit and then it comes back?
let me look it up real quick.
Okay.
Psychic feedback. If you succeed, the DR increase is only +1 from now on. On a failure, the DR increase is unchanged. On a crit, there's no DR increase. If you fumble or take a painful success, you take D6 damage that armor won't protect you from.
Gotcha.
So, you don't actually take damage unless you choose to, so.
And if we succeed, it just drops down to a +1.
Yep,
To all
unless
the
you
DRs,
crit.
and then, gotcha. Understood. That being said, I think if they're not ambushing us, I think stealth is order.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you want to stealth and try to shrug off the psychic effects or prepare your plan of attack, it's up to you. So you don't actually have to make the stealth roll until you're first. Actually, no, entering the room, you take a stealth roll. So
Yeah.
both of you roll. It's an agility DR12.
Oh, sadness.
So you can take a painful success, which means you stealthed so far, but any further actions that invoke a stealth roll will automatically fail.
Yeah, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to freeze and put the plant back in front of my face.
Okay.
I am, again, the wind.
Unfortunately, that means that after you attempt to shrug off the hazard, that would also trigger revealing yourself. So any action you take will trigger a stealth roll.
For both of us?
No, just for you.
I don't know that I want to take the chance and try to shrug. But I don't know that I don't want to do it either.
Yeah, I think I gotta try at least.
You go first. I'll see how well it goes for you, and then I'll make the decision.
It's presence roll to shrug it off.
Yep. DR12 presence roll.
I got +1 for that. Now, does this DR also go up by the psychic buffer?
Yeah, good point. It does.
So it's a 15. I just did that to myself.
You did.
This is the problem of being a forever GM. You
Yep.
do it to yourself sometimes.
To
Yep.
be fair, if you hadn't have said it, I was going to, so.
No!
Oh, close.
All right. Take the fail. Make a stealth roll.
All right.
Apparently, you have to do some like heavy breathing or groaning or something when you try to
Yeah,
do this.
there we go. And it's broken.
Okay, so you can take the painful success in the stealth and freeze in place. Now, basically, whenever you act, then stealth will be broken for you. So
It's just like it was the and then they saw look over and I'm standing there next to the scout holding a potted plant.
all right, so we'll roll for the next round. The psychic feedback abates a bit. It's only a +1 for this round.
Can I try to shake it off too?
Oh, did you want to do that last round? Because if you did that, then the enemies would go before the next round.
Yeah, I wanted to try it before, if I can.
Okay.
A 15?
That is
That was
actually
a
a
crit.
crit. So you don't take any effects from it.
Amazing. I still need to do a stealth roll though, right?
You don't. You broke it because you had the
Oh,
success.
great.
So you are completely zen-like, but in doing so, have dropped the potted plant.
All right. Assuming we'll do that at the start of the round, so you'll have one more action before the enemies go. Because if we count that as last round, then they would all get to go sooner.
Okay. So I get one more?
Yeah, I already took my
Yeah.
2 actions.
And my stealth is broken.
Yep.
Yep.
They definitely see you.
So I am going to. If my stealth is broken, I don't see any reason to not shoot somebody in the face.
Seems fair. Also, just a reminder, I'm putting this on the field. I still have my shield drone. So
Okay.
if they shoot at us, it's still -2 to the DR.
Okay. Do you think I should try to take out one of the firestormers first, or the field commander, or just go for the field commander?
The firestormers can hit our entire zone.
I'm gonna go for the
That's
firestormers.
the big thing, is that they're literally gonna just blanket us with fire.
It's these guys in this zone, right? Or the firestormers?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot this one over here.
Gonna double tap.
Yes. Ooh, a 10.
So extra bullets or just take the
Yes.
loads?
Extra bullets, definitely. So 2 extra bullets to hit. And then 2, 4.
All right. Does a little bit of damage past his armor, but not much.
So it begins.
And so it begins.
All right. Engineer, what did you want to do?
I got 2 actions or 1 action?
2 actions.
Okay. Then.
And you're still in stealth.
Yeah. Wait, speaking of it, still in stealth. What did you roll to attack? Oh no,
What?
no, sorry, because the stealth gives you -4 to the DR, but you're shaking off the thing broke your stealth.
Yeah.
So you were fighting. So I'm fighting from stealth though. So I'm going to shoot that same firestorm.
Okay.
Double tapping. That hits with the -4 DR from shooting from stealth.
Yep. It would miss normally, but hits this time. So it's doing a double tap, I take it?
Plus I, of course, am. And that's what I get for double tapping.
Just bounces off his armor.
All right, let's try that one again.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that seems about the day I'm having.
Extra bullets?
Of course. We have the bullets. 1 more extra bullets for 5 damage.
All right, that does some damage past his armor, but still not looking too bad off.
There's so many bullets at him.
Okay, so yeah, all the enemies turn and see you.
We who are about to die salute you.
All right, conscripts go first. So each take 2 attacks from melee.
Oh, damn charge rule. You want to go first?
Sure. It is with agility, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I don't know why I for some reason thought I was wrong. 19 for the first one,
You avoid the attack.
and it's 16 for the second one.
Hey, both of them miss you.
17 for the first attack.
Nice.
And 6. There we go.
Not so much for that one. You gonna take the damage.
Yep. Hey, max armor.
And almost max damage, but yeah, so 2 damage gets through as they whack you with the pipe.
Okay.
Next, the Firestormers go. They love doing it this way.
Oh no.
So you each make 2 defense rolls. These are DR 2 less. So engineer, you still have the +1 from the psychic feedback.
I do, but we're also
Yeah.
having -2 from there being ranged attacks now.
Yeah.
So it'll be
So
9
it basically goes.
9 for
it
me
was-
for sorry.
I was counting that -2 into that roll, so
Okay.
it's actually 11 for you and 10 for Scout.
Gotcha. Oh no, what do you mean from my shield drum?
Yes,
Those are
counting your shield because it's
Okay.
12 normally.
Oh,
It-
got me. Yep, sorry.
This isn't. They're not using any kind of elements, are they? Fire, anything like that?
Yeah, they're using fire.
Fire. Oh, then I get a +2 to my armor too, if I fail. So,
Oh, because you got the cyber skin.
Right.
so two attack, 2 defense rolls. Is that right?
Yep.
Oof, 3 and an 11.
The 11 actually succeeds for you
Oh, it does. Okay, good.
because the shield drone.
An 18. I'm fine. I walk through the fire.
All right, so go ahead and roll your armor with a +2 on that. So it's with D6 +2.
Oof, 4.
All right, so you take no
Oh.
damage from that one. And yeah, the conscripts are screaming because they're on fire,
Yeah.
but they're not dead. Well,
Which almost somehow worse.
the troopers move up and each one shoots at you. So make 2 more defense, or make 1 more defense roll each.
19.
All right,
18.
Heck yeah.
you're succeeding. All right, now it's time for the field commander.
Decides to sit there and drink his coffee.
The field commander moves forward and fires at one of you with a plasma rifle.
Oh no.
Let's see. Let's see. Even it's Elizabeth, and odds it's
Can I volunteer to be shot since I have the cyber skin?
Against the plasma?
Yep.
um,
It's on the list. Acid,
yeah, sure. You-
plasma, fire, toxic.
Fine, yeah, you do something to draw fire and go ahead and make your defense roll. It's a DR10.
8.
Do you have any badass points?
I have 1 badass point left. Do I want to spend it on this or do I want to save it?
I mean, you might wanna, because plasma rifles bad.
All right, I'm gonna spend my badass point.
The re-roll or just upgrade that to a standard success.
Standing success.
Right, you avoid getting hit by being a badass.
Yes.
Scout
That's,
just stares down the boss like, you got it in you.
I'm actually kind of astonished how little damage has been suffered by Hellslayers in this round. So, yeah, going into the next
Don't
round,
say it out loud, Cliff.
the psychic feedback pulses a bit harder. It's now a +3 to DRs.
That's just for me.
The scout is unaffected because you just
Because I'm a
tuned the low
badass.
frequency or something. Yeah. So yeah, you've got the conscripts in your face. The Firestormers and Troopers. Field Commander getting closer and shooting with the plasma rifle.
Did you loot any? Do we loot any frag grenades?
We have 2 that are in the pack horse.
Okay.
I am going to. I'm going to shoot the fire guy on the side again.
Okay.
I will say
tap.
this.
Yes.
My plan is to just dump both grenades into that zone.
I figured
There's
as
all
much.
4 of them there.
Do you want me to go for the boss then?
Yeah, you might want to at least spread out the damage a little bit for now, because next turn we can start picking them off. But if we can, because if we knock out any of these Firestorm people, they will explode. We know
Okay.
they will. So
Okay.
if you can focus on the boss for now, I can dump both grenades into that zone, and then if we can at least set off one of them, that they're going to explode and they might hurt the other people in the zone.
Gotcha. All right, then I'm going to go for the boss then. 13?
Okay.
Does that hit?
That does hit. Yep,
Oh,
your
good.
12 is what you need.
I am going to do a double tap. So 4.
And looks like he's wearing power armor. That does not hurt him.
Oh, he gets power.
Can I shoot him again?
Yes, that would be your other
Okay.
action.
12.
That's
Crit.
a crit. So you do max damage, which is 7 damage. So it's reduced by his armor, but it does hurt him some. Get the feeling you can take a lot more punishment, though.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
So
engineer, what you doing?
I reach
I think
into
it's
the
grenade time.
I reach into the pack drone, pull out both grenades, flick off the pins, and the plungers go out and just roll them forward. So with the grenades, I focus on one target, and if I hit, I do extra damage to them. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So we're gonna focus on first attack's gonna be on this Firestormer right here.
Okay. It's plus 3 DR because of the psychic feedback for you.
Yep. So that's going to be 15. That's a 3. But
Do you have any baddest points left?
I don't. Well, no, I have 1. Okay, let's do that because we need them down. So it's going to be success.
Okay, you do also have the option of doing a painful success for throwing a frag grenade is taking D8 damage yourself from shrapnel.
Is that before armor or after armor? Is armor not allowed for that?
Yep, you do get to use armor to reduce that.
Then I will take that for that one to save the baddest point for the next roll, in case we need it. So
So
it
roll
does
your armor.
hit. Okay, yep. So we'll take my damage first. Roll 1d. Come on. All right.
Right, your armor shields you from some of it, but you take 2 damage.
That's fine.
But yeah, you land it right at the Firestormer's feet. So
I'm a
roll
living god at this
2d6.
point. 7 points of
Nice.
damage.
All right, it gets past his armor and deals more damage to him, but he's still standing. Roll d6 to see how much everything else in the zone takes.
Dang it! I'm gonna get that through into his armor.
Yep, looks like they're all fine.
Okay. Second grenade right at him again.
Okay,
We gotta get at least one of them down.
that's a hit.
Nice.
Now, if you want to, you can spend a badass point to upgrade that to a crit.
Yeah, I think I will. Will that be badass? Will that affect the area effect as well, or just the direct damage effect?
Just the direct damage effect.
Then can I say I attack the other Firestormer and hit and make it a crit, or no?
You could, but that wouldn't drop that one.
Okay, then let's do that in this one, and then I will spend that badass point and make that a crit. So that's 12 damage to this one.
Okay. So yep, they blow up. Roll a d6 for the rest of them before we resolve the Firestormer explosion.
That's max
Nice.
damage.
All right, so it injures
Nice.
them first, and then the firestormer that you killed explodes, dealing crap. Is it D8 damage? Yep. Roll a D8.
High numbers. Yeah.
Nice. That is amazing.
Right, blows up the other troopers. The other firestormer is immune to the fire damage, though.
Ah, curses.
But yeah, you took all of those out. That was a pretty good round. Grenades well spent.
Grenades well
Nicely done.
spent.
All right. However, now it's the enemy's turn.
Yeah.
The firestorm is going to wait for the conscripts to go first.
Such a chivalrous act.
So yeah, you're each attacked by 2 conscripts, and each conscript gets to attack twice. So 4 defense rolls each.
So you're cleaning
Good
your
luck.
glasses. I'll do this.
Yeah, you go first.
No, roll for is this still the same psychic though? It's still +3.
Yep.
So this is gonna be 15. So that hits. Miss. Hits. 2 hits. 3 hits.
Oof.
3 damage off the first one.
6 damage
6.
past your armor.
I
Just
survived
clocks you in
that
the
one.
head.
No, 6 damage after armor. Nope, I'm down.
Oh no.
I've been beaten to death.
All right.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Scout goes down.
Nope, engineer goes down.
Nope, engineer goes down. Thank you. And yeah, Scout, you got your attacks coming in too.
Okay.
Never seen the
Bye.
conscripts be so dangerous.
5, 11, 10, and 14 are you kidding me? But I am not affected by the feedback, so I hopefully at
Okay.
least one of those miss.
Your difficulty was 12, so yeah, one of them misses. So 3 hits, so make 3 armor rolls.
2, 5, and 3. One
So
damage.
you take 2 damage total.
Ooh, fucking yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm still okay.
HELLSLAYERS persevere.
Alright. Now the firestormer goes, and you can make a defense roll.
Okay. 14.
Yep, you're fine. And
Okay.
then the field commander fires at you with his plasma rifle,
Oh,
shooting
no.
you twice.
Okay.
So 2 more defense rolls. I'll be nice to say the shield drone is still active, so DR10.
Oh,
18 and a
so
9.
close.
You want to take a painful success in that second one, or just take the hit?
If I do the painful success, I get a fumble, right?
Yep.
Bonus to the armor. What are you at right now? What are you at right now?
For what?
Health.
6 out of 9. And I get a +2 to my armor rolls because it's plasma. Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
If I take the painful success and then it's my turn after this and I attack one of the guys in front of me and I'll miss because I have a fumble, can I leave on my next?
Yeah.
Can I like run out the next action that I have?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna
However,
take a peek. Oh,
if you
okay.
leave a room and come back, it will be an
Oh
ambush.
no.
Yeah, we're in full ambush
Oh.
territory.
Oh no.
But
Oh.
I don't know what else is available to you at this time because you're probably not going to survive another round of enemy attacks hitting you.
Point of order. What happened to those conscripts when the firestormer decided to let loose with it?
Oh yes, good point.
I like the way you think.
Let's burn the innocents. Give us a better chance.
Yeah, they burned some more. They're almost dead, but they're still up.
Curses. The innocents survive.
Okay. I am going to roll the armor.
Okay.
I'm going to try to stick it out. Because no matter what, if I die and have to come back in the room, we're going to get ambushed. So I might as well just stick it out as far as I can. 8.
Oh,
Booyah.
and 12 damage, so -8 is 4. So yeah, it hurts, but you're still up.
Okay.
It is your turn.
Would I be able to use an action to reach down to grab one of the medkits and heal myself?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to do that.
Okay, make a presence roll.
Oh dear.
We do have a stim pack left on my body. If you want just the straight D4. It's a D4 of health, but there's no roll required for it.
For the medkit, what do I have to hit?
It's a DR12.
It's okay. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna do the stem pack.
Okay,
That's
so
probably
you heal a
a safer
D4.
roll. 3. I'll take that. Okay.
It's not nothing.
Plasma burn fades mostly.
He's got that cyber skin.
Yeah, I'm all right. How's the fire guy looking? Is he looking hurt at least?
Yeah, he was hurt some by the grenade blast, but doesn't seem to be too bad off.
All right, I'm gonna shoot him with my second action. 7. I'm gonna use bullets to make sure I hit. So I use 4 bullets to hit. Or actually, it would be 3 because I accidentally had a +1 on there. So I use 3 bullets to hit.
Yeah, 3 plus the 2 from the double tap, so 5.
Yeah. And 4 damage. Hopefully.
It does 1 point past his armor.
All right, I guess that's my turn.
That's
right.
You got this.
So, yeah, do you want to bring in a new character?
If you let me do it now, great.
Yeah.
All right.
Pick the character before the start of this turn. pop in a new one.
I'm testing out the grunt.
All right.
Hopefully you have better luck than I did.
It's my turn to grunt. That sounds wrong.
And you still get the bonus roll on either equipment or powers.
Strength is now this one. Recommended. Yeah. Let's do the plus. Alright, let's roll. So now I've died twice, so I get 2 extra rolls, so 2 extra roll in each.
No, you just get 1 roll.
Just
extra
1 roll. Okay, sorry. Yeah, let's do extra equipment. Equipment seems to be the stopping point for us at this point. So 6. We have 4 and a 1. So that is
1 is grenades, right?
1 is grenades,
Yep.
and 4 is the armor upgrade.
Heck yes.
Yeah.
Nice
both,
rolling.
solid rolls. What'd you get for your power?
Rolling that right now. 1 on the power, which is metal reinforced skeleton +1 to armor rolls.
Ooh.
Yes. Nice.
Let's send a tougher one in. Maybe they'll last longer.
This grunt gets launched through the hull of the ship to help you out.
All right,
And
yeah, just show up just in time for this round.
1d4.
So,
I got 3 frag grenades. 3 is the magic number of frag grenades allowed
yes.
in this.
Let's just blow everybody up.
That's
All
yeah,
right.
pretty much.
so yeah, one of the key things is it's pretty easy to die in HELLSLAYERS, but designed to like just get you right back in the action as soon as possible. So, even if that's like the next round.
It is full on like Doom music starts playing in the background. My character gets launched through like a windshield.
Scout looks at the boss. You're in trouble now.
Pod blast through.
What took you so long?
Grunt comes popping out.
Oh god, what's the Master Chief line? I'm delivering the bomb back to them.
All right, so Grunt and Scout, you've got some actions to take.
Alright, if it's my turn, I'll take the I say 1 grenade at the boss, 1 grenade at the Firestormer.
Heck yes.
So let's do Firestormer first. Oh, wise and powerful GM, if you could go ahead and give us a psychic roll.
Oh yeah. That's +3 this round.
So it's gonna be 15. That's still a hit.
Nice.
All right, which one is this at?
This is 2d6 on the Firestormer. So that's 8 damage.
Heck yes.
Oh, he's almost down.
I'll let you pot shot him. I want to toss this other grenade at the boss.
All right, chuck the grenade at the field commander.
That's a hit.
Yes.
All right, that lands right at his feet.
Curses. That's only 5 damage. I have a badass point. Can I retroactively make this a crit?
Yep.
All right, that's 12 points of frag damage.
So
Yes.
8 after his armor. Blasts him off, almost off his feet. He staggers. Seems like he's gonna fall over, but then regains his balance. All right.
Oh wait, there's
Scout?
one more important roll I forgot to do.
What's that? Oh, your sponsorship.
It's brought to you by Nautilus. And you need to reach out and touch someone with frag grenades.
Scout looks over as you almost blow up both of the enemies. You'll do.
All right, Scout, what are you gonna do?
Do you want me to finish off the fire guy?
Probably for the best, because he's
Okay.
gonna literally torch us.
I'm gonna shoot the fire guy in the face, hopefully. 17.
Well, that's
And
gonna
I'm
hit.
double tap. 6.
You shoot him in the face, and he goes down and explodes.
Hooray! Hooray for explosions.
All right.
I'm
And
very impressed this is going as well as it is.
Don't say
you
it
say
out
that,
loud.
but now it's the enemy's turn. So the conscripts, yay! Then they see the field commander waving the plasma rifle at them, and they turn and regain they turn and continue their beating.
Fervor.
So Scout and Grunt each make 2 defense rolls, or 4 defense rolls. I mean, 'cause they're each attacking twice.
Alrighty.
Do you want me to go first?
Sure.
Oh dear, maybe I shouldn't have gone first. 5, 10, 12, 19. So I get hit twice.
Yeah.
Well, if you survive to the 12, that's a crit, which means you get an extra action. You can take right away. But let's see how the armor rolls go for those first 2.
These 5 and 2.
Right, no damage from the first one.
Oof.
But 4 damage from the second one. Still alive?
I have 1 hit point left, but yes, I am up.
All right, you got a crit, so you can take an action, and you succeeded on the last of those rolls. So you can do a thing if you want. mean,
My
would
practical
you?
side tells me that I should probably heal myself. The fun side tells me I want to shoot the guy who almost killed me in the face. I'm gonna go with my practical side. I'm gonna grab, unless if the grunt doesn't mind, if I use one of the med kits to heal myself.
Yeah, I'm at this point. I'm fine.
All right, so make a presence roll.
11.
All right, so that fails, but you can do a painful success essentially to use up the extra all of the supplies to heal yourself.
Do it.
Are you sure?
I am positive. If we don't survive this room, like this is it. If we can kill this boss, everything else is either going to be a cakewalk or we go home. Plus, I still have one frag grenade left, and I have one badass point left. If I can hit, I'm gonna auto crit on that frag grenade.
Yes. Okay, then yeah, that's what I will do. Painful success, and you said that heals me all the way?
Heals you for D8.
D8. Oh, okay. I got excited for a second. Let's see. Oh,
Hey, there we
Hey,
go.
Max.
so yeah, it does actually heal me all the way.
All right, so yep,
All right.
the attack results in you getting fully healed. So, yep, 4 attacks on the grunt.
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a success. And that's a crit success.
Okay, so let's see if you survive to take advantage of that crit. Roll armor rolls, 2 of them.
So it's a d6 plus 1. That's not a good sign. That's a better sign. It's 2 hit points and then 1 hit points. 3 hit points.
All right. No, yeah, it doesn't hurt you too bad. And you get a crit on that last defense roll, which means you get to take an action.
Grenade at the boss.
That's going to miss.
So,
Unless you want to take a painful success to take D8 shrapnel back. Your armor does help.
yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. And then I'll spend my baddest point to crit.
Okay.
So,
Ooh, ouch, I rolled max damage on that shrapnel roll.
you did, and that's 5 more damage. I'm still standing.
Okay.
I got 1 hit point, but I'm still standing, and he takes 12 damage.
12 damage minus his armor is another 8 damage. He's taken 19 total. He is staggered and bloody, and his armor is broken in several places, but he is still alive.
Doesn't matter. Now it's our turn.
Actually, it's his turn.
Shit.
He's going to shoot each of you once.
That's fair.
It'll be nice and say the shield drone is still doing its thing, so it's
Okay,
DR10. You each make a defense roll.
DR10 for you, DR13 for me.
Yep.
Really?
Oh no.
No.
All right. Do you take the hit, which will almost certainly result in getting killed? Or...
No, I'll take that. I'll take that painful success. I'll make my next roll a fumble.
All right. Your next roll is a fumble, but you overextend yourself to avoid the hit.
I don't know if I should do that or not. Yeah, I'm gonna take the fumble too.
Okay. You throw yourself to the deck, avoiding the plasma bolts, but yeah, putting yourself in a bad position for your next actions. But you survived to another round.
Whew. Okay.
The psychic
Oh,
interference
no.
increases to a +4.
You're out of
So-
grenades, aren't you?
I'm out of grenades, but that's okay. We got him on the ropes. If we can put him down, all 4 of these bozos drop and then give us money.
You had me at money.
That's the quote of the night, yeah.
Do you want to go first?
Yep. First round, I
Yep.
fire off into the ether. It's a D4 for bullets I lose, right?
D4 extra shots used, yep.
Of course. Why wouldn't it be the max number? Alright, so it's 16. And I'm going to roll a 16 and crit his ass.
Yeah, you. Oh, are you kidding me?
I've got the bullets. We're spending them. I get the extra bullets. I was so close.
We're so close.
So, another D4. So, or
That's not bad. Only 2 bullets.
Eight bullets for this one shot to hit him.
That's not bad.
Roll high. Nope. As I get through that armor.
Yeah, bullet ricochets off the power armor.
Okay.
All right. Scout, your turn.
Okay.
First
Yeah,
action's gonna be a fumble.
Yeah, my first shot on the boss is a fumble. And I can I spend extra bullets to make it a hit since it's an automatic fumble or no?
Nope. You
Okay,
spend
I
extra
think so.
bullets and it's still a miss.
Okay. So I have to roll for the extra bullets?
Yep.
Okay. 3.
No.
Yeah.
Plenty of bullets. Bullets are being spent like lives.
I'm gonna try to shoot him again. 15.
That's a hit for you. Yep.
Double tap. Oh, are you kidding? That's not nice at all.
Speaking of which, sorry, my double tap, it wouldn't have gone through anyway, but I'll spend the extra bullet for it. It would have been a 3.
All right. Do you have any badass points left?
I don't have any bad
Okay.
bonus points.
I used mine as well, sadly.
All right. Yep. Bullet bounces off. And it's the enemy's turn again.
Oh
So the conscripts turn to attack you all. So each make 4 defense rolls. Oh no.
no! This is getting very.
Yeah, here, let me die real quick, and then you can get out of here.
No. Oh no.
Yep, that's a fail, and I got 1 hit point. That's success.
Oh.
Critical fumble. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm dead. There's no. Wait, hold on.
First one is 3 damage.
So I could still survive this because I have a D6 +1 for my armor. Okay, survive that hit.
Okay, but the crit fumble is 9 damage.
Oh, I only have 1 hit point left. I can't do that. I die. Run, die, hopefully in battle.
All right, Scout's turn. See if you survive the round.
Oh no. You know what though? I gave it a good effort with Scout.
Absolutely.
Do I even need to roll my armor?
So,
You could actually cover most of these.
it's possible. Well, how many hit points do you have?
I'm at full. I have 9.
Okay. Yeah, you could possibly survive this. Make 4 armor rolls.
And these are plasma attacks, right?
No, these are getting beat by a stick.
These are pipe attacks. These are lead pipe to the face. Lead is technically an element. It is on the periodic table of elements.
Yeah, but it's not on my list.
Oh.
So 5.
That eats the first one.
4.
That eats the second one. You take 1 point of damage.
And 1.
And 7 points of damage.
So you have 1 hit point left.
I got this. It'll be fine.
They're just going to survive the 2 plasma rounds.
Oh no, actually, just because I'm going to show more how the monster works, Field Commander moves up, and there's a revving sound. As in his other hand, he raises and revs his combat chainsaw, and then advances and charges and attacks a scout with that. So make it make a melee defense roll against the combat chainsaw.
You've got this.
So how do I do that?
It's agility roll, difficulty 12.
Okay.
Did
you say a D12?
A difficulty 12.
Oh,
agility roll.
You're gonna get 12 exactly. You're
16.
Still.
All right. Yep. You duck the swing of the combat chainsaw.
Okay.
So you've survived another round, but the new recruit has not. I think what we'll do is play out this round for the scout, and then do the drawing.
Okay,
Sounds
that
good.
works.
Because I don't think the Hellslayers carried the day today, I'm afraid. Unless something unlikely happens.
Come on, you got this. You're gonna crit. You're gonna crit. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna 12 exactly to hit him, and you'll be fine.
16?
Alright, double tapping?
Yes, absolutely.
Alright, roll your damage.
4. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. That would be in a 3 because I accidentally put 2 on it.
Alright, either way it bounces off.
Yes, okay. I'm gonna shoot him again.
Okay, that's 12 exactly.
15?
It hits.
Roll
He's
max.
not even
Double
trying to
tap.
dodge.
6.
Alright, 2 points of damage through. What's total up to 21, I think, now?
For the total for what?
Yep, 21 damage he's taken after his armor.
Okay.
Out of 24.
Oh no! You're so close.
Alright, I think we'll fade out the camera as Scout screams as he's getting as the Scout screams as they're getting finished off. Unless you
All
want to actually
tried.
roll the 8 defense rolls.
Chainsaw revving and screams.
Yeah.
Although it would be really funny if I passed all of them and just rolled
Yeah.
with the 1 HP.
Here, roll 8 rolls real quick. If you succeed on all of them, we'll go for it. If you fail even one, we'll count it and we'll move on. We gotta believe.
14,
That's success.
20.
2. Come on, chat. Oh, never mind.
Alright, but then there's the armor and the damage roll.
Oh, right. Okay.
So it's 8 damage, so I don't think.
No.
Okay, there we go.
No,
Alright,
just a little.
yeah. So close.
Believed.
Uh, man, what a meat grinder! This was
Honestly.
brutal, really brutal.
This was brutal. This was a blast, though.
It was
And I
so
can't-
much fun.
All I can think of is if we had one more grenade.
Yep.
Yeah, I think in most cases the way the enemies scaled, the conscripts were not based on that. They were a D4 roll. I think I might want to consider making the conscripts be equal to the number of Hellslayers. Because
That
having
could-
4 of them on 2 characters was really especially rough. But I don't know. It was also kind of nice to see the game be a meat grinder for once. Because
Yeah, no.
when I ran the actual play, I don't think we had a single death through, like, we ran through a whole thing of 3
Wow.
missions. There were some close ones. Somebody went down and got brought back up with trauma nanites once, but no one actually died. And this time it was
Trauma.
like 7, 8 maybe.
6.
6. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
6.
sorry. 7 with Scout. 7 with Scout.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was,
So we were about even.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel good that we can have like a brutal game where the mission was not completed and all the Hellslayers died, but then have the players still be like, "This was fun."
It was a blast.
It was an absolute blast. But I'm just picturing the capital ship, just like firing drop pods into this space station. Just keep on loading them up. Eventually, someone will report back in.
Some combat engineers are like, if we started using missiles instead of launching people, it might actually be winning this fight.
I think finding that rocket launcher saved our ass, though.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was cool.
Here's the thing: there was a glory day of engineer and scout. Like grunts are okay in the short. Grunts burn like a firework. They burn bright, but they burn fast. But there was a glory day where engineer and scout were just rolling roughshod over this ship.
Yeah, you did, pretty good overall. I mean, despite dying and ultimately failing, but
Yeah.
and
Fair.
dying a lot. But yeah, there were not too many sections that hadn't been cleared out by this point. There was you had
I think it was just the brig and the observation room
yeah
left.
the brig and the observation lounge. Those were not tougher rooms.
We cherry picked the toughest rooms.
Of course we
Okay,
did.
looking at the brig, we've got conscripts, but only 2 troopers.
Oh,
So-
jeez, yeah.
Oh man, really?
And then the observation lounge, looking at conscripts, but yeah, 2 troopers and 2 shock troopers. So a little tougher, but if you're able to take out the 4, main space bashes, the conscripts give up.
Yeah, I mean that's I love that mechanic. Just gotta say that because it's such a great because we never touched a single conscript because in our heads we're like, if we can kill the other ones, we get money and incentive to not do this, and we let them beat us for how much hit points? How many grunts have fallen into the pipes of the conscripts? The proletariat rose up and struck down the.
Yeah, the pound for pound, the conscripts I think were the DPS MVPs.
Definitely.
But yeah, every enemy faction has something special about them. Some sort of unusual aspect about them that kind of makes them stand out game mechanics wise. The space fascists, they have their guns, so they're kind of similar to Hellslayers in that way. But their main feature, I guess, that helps define them is their use of conscripts.
No, absolutely. And like again, it was one of those things of I had the energy shield as the medic. We had the shield drone when I was guns were never the problem. Starved people with pipes were the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, if
Our
the fire
greed, we wanted
guys,
the money.
if the fire guys would have actually wiped out their own conscripts on the bridge, you might have turned
Yeah.
the tide.
That's like that was the big debate at the end. Like you killed the last firestorm, we're like, you have to kill him because he's gonna burn us alive. But if we let him go for another couple of rounds, maybe the conscripts go away.
Yeah, and I think if you turned your attention to the conscripts, there's a possibility you would have shifted things, but I'm not sure if that would have been enough.
Yeah, because at that point we're spending all that points on the conscripts, and then we got to spend all those actions on the shock troopers as well and the other types of troopers.
Yeah.
And it becomes the, like again, it's that linchpin of if we can stop the troopers, all the conscripts immediately become not a problem. So it's that balance of, it's the great arithmetic of any type of roguelite situation of, can I risk this? Can I take these hits so that I can do this? And the answer is sometimes yes, and sometimes no. And sometimes you very much expect the answer to be no, and then survive 3 turns in a bridge where they're just unloading on you, and you're like, how am I still alive?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. I think we're wrapping up here. We have a drawing we're going to do. I'm not sure how that works.
We have a winner.
We do have
Oh,
one.
we do. Okay, awesome.
Our winner tonight is Box Chroma.
Woo!
So congratulations, you won the exclusive pre-release PDF copy of Hellslayers. Make sure your whispers are open because a mod will reach out to you via that on Twitch.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, I'm glad it went to someone who actually can get the thing, and not like one of you two who, got it as part of playing.
I saw that they learned. I
play.
can also. I know Vox personally. I can also harass them.
Nice. Well, yeah. Thanks.
All right, perfect.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna wrap things up. Take some time to do some self-promotion quick. Well, this whole thing is self-promotion for me and my game Hellslayers, which is launching on Kickstarter Tuesday, October 17th. And as you can see, the game is already pretty functional. I have the game basically written. There's still some polishing to do, I'm sure, that I will be doing, and depending on stretch goals, I'll be adding some more into the book. But yeah, looking forward to seeing this game come out. So check out the Kickstarter for that. Again, October 17th, this Tuesday. I'll also be doing some live streaming during the launch day. So you can join me on the Shadowcasters Network YouTube channel for that. And yeah, that's all I got to promote right now. So, Joe, you're going to be doing a HELLSLAYERS actual play on your channel, aren't you?
I am indeed. I'm not doing it on the Twitch channel itself, but we're recording it and putting it to YouTube. We're doing it recording on the 16th, and I'll make sure I get you the link so that it should be available, from the Kickstarter page as well as from my YouTube page. Everywhere you can find me, it's all Clockwork Tuba. Whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitch, Twitter, anything else. I'm on Blue Sky now. Basically, I'm Clockwork Tuba everywhere. No one wants to be Clockwork Tuba but me, and sometimes not even that. Anyway, but no, this was an absolute blast. Thank you so much. And also, as a reminder, we need to hit the first stretch goal. I want psychic powers. Hashtag get clock psychic powers.
I guess it's my turn. Yeah, so everybody needs to backlist when it comes out on Tuesday because psychic powers are a must. And I am very curious to see what the other stretch goals. Thank you. Stretch goals are. So we need to make sure that we unlock all of them to satisfy my curiosity. So get on that. I am on Master Rem a lot. I stream there every other Wednesday and Friday for Power Rangers and All of the Worlds. When Like Clockwork comes back, I will be there every Sunday. I'm on Lucas G Variety every other Tuesday. And then you can find me on my voice anyway on the Alternia archives for a number of different actual play podcasts. Power Rangers, Prowlers and Paragons, coming soon, Scum and Villainy and Blades in the Dark, which I am running, not playing. But yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for Gen Con TV for having us on for the one-shot show. I had a great time running this and getting a chance to showcase a game I designed. I have to say it's definitely one of the most brutal player character experiences I've seen in the history of HELLSLAYERS. So yeah, you made history today.
There we go. That's all we ask.
At least it was entertaining for everybody, I think. So
Yeah.
that made it fun for me.
You know what? I don't care if it was entertaining for them. It was entertaining for me and you, and that's what matters.
That's all that matters.
Awesome. Well, I think we'll wrap things up then. Thanks so much for joining us, and have a good night.
Bye. We love you. Take care of yourselves.